Chapter 2020. Promoted to true god, 3 disaster twin spent 3 whole months recuperating in the hall before he fully recovered from his serious injuries. The name of the heaven-devouring demon emperor sounds so domineering, but how can it be so shabby? This dragon lord has been searching this hall for a long time, but I couldn't find anything. Is this guy just a facade? Zhuowen opened his eyes and immediately heard Xiao Hei's dissatisfied voice. During these 3 months of time, Zhuowen had been recuperating, whereas Blackie had been running about madly within the hall because he wanted to find something within the hall. Unfortunately, he'd come up empty-handed. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's true form is Devour. Since Lord Brahma defeated him, he must have taken all the good stuff. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed Devilfall Valley on the 15th level of the trial ground, Zhuowen said with a smile. Xiao Hei was a little annoyed. It looked at Zhuowen and asked, "What about the heaven-devouring demon book?" The black-clothed Zhuowen, who was sitting on the other side, slowly stood up. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of Devour's aura on his body. Even if the black-clothed Zhuowen didn't use the shapeless all-life, no one would be able to find out that his true form was Devour unless someone completely removed the demonic chi on his body. Another point was that the black-clothed Zhuowen had cultivated the heaven-devouring demon book, so the devouring power on his body was much stronger than before. This devouring power wasn't reflected in the size of the object it devoured, but in the energy it devoured. When Zhuowen was undergoing the lightning disaster, the devouring vortex was easily destroyed by the lightning. However, it was different now. After cultivating the heaven-devouring demon book, Zhuowen was confident that even the black-clothed Zhuowen would have a high chance of succeeding in his 20th lightning disaster. Then, how do we leave this place? Xiao Hei asked with a frown. Zhuowen softly smiled. Soon after, he picked up the bedevilment stone at the center of the hall and said, "This bedevilment stone is the core of Devilfall Valley. Over the past 10 years, I have thoroughly researched this bedevilment stone." After saying that, Zhuowen threw the bedevilment stone to the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen inserted his demonic chi into the stone. Creak! The originally closed door of the hall slowly opened. Outside the door was the Devilfall Valley filled with demonic chi, and this hall was located in the core of Devilfall Valley. "Do you want to leave Devilfall Valley now?" Blackie asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen smiled, saying, "Although the heaven-devouring demon emperor's true treasures were taken away by Lord Brahma, Devilfall Valley's abundant reserves of calamity crystals can't be abandoned just like that. Moreover, I plan to cultivate here for a while." After saying that, the black-clothed Zhuowen handed the bedevilment stone to Xiao Hei, saying, "Xiao Hei, the bedevilment stone contains detailed information about Devilfall Valley. In addition to the calamity crystals, there's also a mineral vein called Devil Gold Sacred Stone." "What? Devil Gold Sacred Stone? Where is it?" Xiao Hei immediately shouted excitedly. "It should be in the northern part of Devilfall Valley. There are many restrictions around Devilfall Valley. Only those with the bedevilment stone can freely enter and exit Devilfall Valley. If you want the Devil Gold Sacred Stone, take the bedevilment stone and go to the northern part." After saying that, Zhuowen summoned the flame behemoth and patted its head, saying, "While you're at it, take this big guy and find all the calamity crystals in Devilfall Valley. These calamity crystals are very useful." The calamity crystals in Devilfall Valley were definitely far more than the sum of the calamity crystals in the 14 trial floors. Moreover, these calamity crystals were not as effective for Void Sky cultivators as for true gods. Zhuowen didn't have much use for them. However, he wasn't alone. Devour's inner world had many cultivators from the Heavenly Armor Star and Zhuowen's Ryuka clansmen. As Zhuowen continued to provide resources to the Heavenly Armor Star and even put the entire Z-Way galaxy into Devour's inner world, more and more heavenly gods appeared on the Heavenly Armor Star. There were even some true gods. However, the cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Star were relatively young, so there weren't that many true powerhouses. With enough calamity crystals, the cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Star and even the entire Z-Way galaxy would cultivate much faster. especially for true gods. As long as they didn't pursue too high a goal, they could use the calamity crystals to pass through 3 or 4 calamity crystals to quickly advance. Zhuo knew that as the heavenly armor star and Z-Way galaxy continued to develop, there would be more and more true gods. At that time, there would also be many void sky experts. No problem. Xiaohe grinned. He immediately summoned the Blood Immortal and said, "Little Blood Immortal, follow this dragon lord to mine the Devil Gold Saint Stone vein. If there's enough of that thing, it can directly upgrade us to the top grade true god artifact level. We might even reach the Void Sky Divine artifact level." The Blood Immortal's eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Dragon Lord, don't worry. Little Blood Immortal will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to blow air, I won't fart." After the Blood Immortal finished her flattery, Blackie left the palace with the Blood Immortal sword and the fire sword of extreme Daos in satisfaction. Zhuowen hasn't come out yet? Outside the Devilfall Valley, Yushan sat cross-legged on a rock. Her beautiful eyes fell on the Devilfall Valley that was filled with billowing devil chi. She frowned slightly. She had waited here for more than 3 months, but Zhuowen didn't show any signs of coming out. After hesitating for a while, Yushan carved a paragraph on the rock and left the Devilfall Valley. She had a total of 50 years in the trial ground. She had already wasted 10 years in the Devilfall Valley. She couldn't stay at the 15th level forever. She longed to enter the 18th level. Half a year passed. In this half a year, Xiaohe brought the fire beast and searched the entire Devilfall Valley. Since Xiaohe found the Devil Gold Saint Stone at the back of the Devilfall Valley, he treated the Devilfall Valley as a treasure ground. He wanted to find other veins here. However, Xiaohe was disappointed. Other than the Devil Gold Saint Stone vein, he didn't find anything. The only thing he gained was the endless disaster crystals. The amount of disaster crystals in the Devilfall Valley was beyond the imagination of Zhuowen and Xiaohe. Xiaohe's spirit ring was large enough. However, he had to load it 10 times before he could transport all the disaster crystals in the Devilfall Valley back to the main hall in the center of the Devilfall Valley. After searching the Devilfall Valley, Zhuowen and Xiaohe began a long period of seclusion in the main hall. In the 3rd year, the black-clothed Zhuowen passed the 16th lightning disaster. In the 5th year, he passed the 17th lightning disaster. In the 7th year, he passed the 18th lightning disaster. In the 10th year, he passed the 19th lightning disaster. Another 10 years passed. The white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stood up. The aura on his body was extremely vast. An unimaginable flame aura spread out from his body. The 10th lightning disaster. If I pass it, I will be able to become a true god of 3 disasters. The white-clothed Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then, he flew out of the main hall. His body was surrounded by 48 devil gold swords, which are burning with the devil gold swords. With the devil gold swords, the white-clothed Zhuowen was not particularly afraid of the fire disaster. This was because the devil gold swords had the characteristic of swallowing all flames. It could be said that it was full of demonic nature. Even if it was the fire of a true god of 2 disasters, it would still be swallowed. The white-clothed Zhuowen had relied on the devil gold swords to pass the previous 9 fire disasters. As soon as the white-clothed Zhuowen left the main hall, purple flames began to surge out from the Yongquan acupuncture point on his feet. This flame was like a sharp sword. It traveled along Zhuowen's Yongquan acupoint and spread to his limbs and bones. It was as if it wanted to burn all of his internal organs. Zhuowen did not panic. Instead, he carefully controlled the Big Dipper demonic fire on the surface of the golden sword of No beginning and poured it into his meridians. In the meridians of his waist and abdomen, he intercepted all the purple flames that surged up from below. This process was actually very painful. 2 different flames were fighting in the internal organs. The pain was worse than death. About 4 hours later, the Heavenly Dipper Devil Fire finally suppressed the purple flames, and Zhuowen's pale face gradually eased up. Although he had the assistance of the Devil Gold Swords, Zhuan was actually on tenterhooks every time he passed the fire disaster. Although the devil gold swords were not bad, it was far from being as strong as the heavenly thunder eye. Moreover, the black-clothed Zhuan was in seclusion and had lost the powerful devouring whirlpool. Hence, Zhuan was extra careful when he passed the 10th fire disaster. After passing the 10th fire disaster, the white-clothed Zhuan's aura skyrocketed again. The aura was more than a few times stronger than before. I have finally become a true god of 3 disasters. Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Although his original body was from a human race and was not as strong as his doppelganger, Zhuan's original body should have the fighting power of Void Sky, 1 step, even if he did not rely on Devour's doppelganger. Of course, if he had Devour's innate talent Purgatory and the support of Tao Intent, Zhuan would be comparable to Void Sky 2 steps. If the black-clothed Zhuan can pass the 20th lightning disaster smoothly, he will become the powerful True God Extreme Thunder. With True God Extreme Thunder's innate talent and Devour's innate talent, he will be comparable to an expert of Void Sky 4 steps. The white-clothed Zhuan returned to the main hall, and his gaze fell on the black-clothed Zhuan, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Back then, the Purple Star Monarch had become True God Extreme Thunder and True God Extreme Fire at the same time. His strength was comparable to an expert of Void Sky 7 steps. Although the black-clothed Zhuan had only become True God Extreme Thunder and his strength could not be compared to the Purple Star Monarch, he should not be weaker than Void Sky 4 steps. Of course, this was only Zhuan's guess. As for how strong the black-clothed Zhuan was, he would have to wait for the black-clothed Zhuan to pass the 20th lightning disaster. Another batch of disaster crystals has been used up. The white-robed Zhuan glanced at the few remaining disaster crystals behind the black-robed Zhuan. He quickly took out many disaster crystals from his spirit ring and piled them up more than 10 meters high behind the black-robed Zhuan. Originally, Zhuan thought that the Devilfall Valley had enough disaster crystals. However, after seeing the black-clothed Zhuan's terrifying appetite, he knew that he was too naive. Especially after the lightning disaster, the amount of disaster crystals required made even Zhuan speechless. Now, the black-clothed Zhuan was only left with the last lightning disaster. The amount of disaster crystals required was probably more than the previous ones combined. Chapter 2021 Thunderous Thundergate. In Devilfall Valley, Zhuan stayed for another 5 years. The black-clothed Zhuan had almost consumed 1/10 of the disaster crystals in Devilfall Valley. Finally, there was some movement. The white-clothed Zhuan suddenly stood up. He stared at the black-clothed Zhuan, who was sitting cross-legged. He could feel the terrifying aura that was surging out of the black-clothed Zhuan's body. Such a terrifying aura. This aura contains extremely destructive thunder aura. Not far away, Xiaohe, who was lying on the Devil Gold Holy Stone mine and absorbing continuously, suddenly lifted her head and stared at the black-clothed Zhuan solemnly. The Blood Immortal also fixed her attention on the black-clothed Zhuan. As the two of them had obtained a large amount of Devil Gold Holy Stone, the Thunder Fire Sword and Blood Immortal Sword had improved tremendously during the time they were in Devilfall Valley. They had both leveled up to super-grade True God weapons, especially the Thunder Fire Sword. The sword's power was far beyond an ordinary super-grade True God weapon. Even though Zhuan's original body had many trump cards, he felt that the Thunder Fire Sword was difficult to deal with. It's going to be the 20th Thunderbolt disaster. Zhuan's gaze grew solemn. After the 15th Thunderbolt disaster, every Thunderbolt disaster would become more and more terrifying. He had witnessed how terrifying the 19th Thunderbolt disaster was with his own eyes. The 20th Thunderbolt disaster was the key for the black-clothed Zhuan to become Extreme Thunder Real God. Its power would definitely be extraordinary. The black-clothed Zhuan flew out of the hall and landed outside Devilfall Valley. At that moment, the billowing demon aura above Devilfall Valley scattered in all directions. Following that, more and more lightning gates appeared above him. There were a total of 20 gigantic lightning gates. Plus, Every Thunder Gate was much scarier than the one that appeared in the 19th Thunderbolt disaster. What? 20 Thunder Gates this? Zhuowen and Xiao He were both stunned. In the past, aside from the consecutive lightning disasters, only one lightning gate would appear in each lightning disaster. Now, however, a total of 20 lightning gates had appeared in the 20th lightning disaster. Moreover, every lightning gate was so terrifying. No wonder it said that it's difficult to become an extreme Tao, true God. A normal lightning calamity is enough to make many first calamity, true gods suffer. 20 lightning gates have appeared at the same time during the 20th lightning calamity. This is the rhythm of killing. Xiao He lamented. The black-robed Zhuowen had a solemn expression on his face. The 48 beginning devil gold swords circled around him. Furthermore, each of the beginning devil gold swords had traces of black vortexes attached to them. It was the devouring whirlpool created by Zhuowen with the heavenly devouring devil book. Its devouring power was much stronger than Devour's innate devouring ability. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 20 lightning gates opened simultaneously. 20 lightning bolts shot out. Each lightning bolt was as thick as an arm. Moreover, the lightning bolts were eerily purplish-black. The black-robed Zhuowen controlled the 48 beginning devil gold swords and turned them into 20 whirlpools of killing intent. They faced the 20 lightning bolts and barely blocked them. At the same time, the heavenly thunder eye appeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows and started to absorb the 20 lightning bolts in an orderly manner. Boom! However, not long after the 20 lightning bolts struck down, the 20 lightning gates in the sky opened at the same time. Then, lightning bolts as thick as thighs rained down without any regard for their lives. They instantly enveloped the space that Zhuowen was in. The lightning bolts were so terrifying that all the restrictions in the Devilfall Valley were turned into dust. The white-robed Zhuowen and Xiao He had no choice but to retreat from the Devilfall Valley. They looked at the lightning bolts that were striking down continuously in shock. What a terrifying lightning disaster. The lightning bolts are striking down continuously. There's no buffer time at all. Zhuowen's heart was beating wildly. Now that he was connected to the black-robed Zhuowen's mind, he could feel that the black-robed Zhuowen was having a hard time resisting the lightning bolts. The black-robed Zhuowen had used the heavenly devouring devil book and relied on the surging devil chi of the Devilfall Valley to resist the lightning disaster. Even so, the lightning disaster was still steadily suppressing the black-robed Zhuowen. The whirlpools of killing intent formed by the 48 beginning devil gold swords were smashed again and again. Even the terrifying devouring whirlpools that Zhuowen had created with the devil chi of the Devilfall Valley were suppressed by the lightning bolts again and again. They were constantly collapsing, reforming, and collapsing. When the lightning arcs that splashed out landed on the black-clothed Zhuowen's body, they were actually able to burn a portion of his body into charred pieces. The black-robed Zhuowen's original body was Devour. His body was extremely strong, but he was still burned by the lightning bolts. It was clear how terrifying the lightning bolts of the lightning disaster were. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, the black-robed Zhuowen used all his skills. He even used the heavenly thunder eye to block the terrifying lightning disaster. The lightning disaster was becoming more and more terrifying. The entire 15th floor shook violently. The tremors were like ripples in the water, spreading throughout the vast trial ground. On the 10th floor, Yun Xiu was sitting cross-legged beside a quiet lake. Mo Fan was standing on a rock behind her. Rumble! The enormous lake water exploded, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground of the 10th level. The intense vibrations converged into a symphony of vibrations. All the cultivators on the 10th floor were shaken. They stood up one after another, their eyes filled with confusion. Senior brother Mo Fan, what's going on? Yin Xiu rushed to Mo Fan's side and asked in confusion. Mo Fan's gaze was solemn. He pointed at the horizon of the 10th floor, where a huge shadow of a lightning gate had appeared. Although the shadow of the lightning gate was not real, its aura was exceptionally terrifying. It was much stronger than the lightning gate formed by a normal lightning disaster. Someone is going through the 20th lightning disaster. Mo Fan's gaze was complicated. Going through a lightning disaster was a relatively common thing in the trial ground. However, only the legendary 20th lightning disaster could cause such a huge commotion. This was because once one went through the 20th lightning disaster, they would become the legendary extreme thunder real god. Their strength would be comparable to an ordinary void sky cultivator. Not only Mo Fan, but the other cultivators also thought of this. They were all guessing which genius was going through the 20th lightning disaster. Someone is going to become extreme thunder real god? Yin Qiyu was surprised. However, Mo Fan shook his head and said, that might not be the case. The 20th lightning disaster is very terrifying. Even the most outstanding genius may die if he is not careful. Once he dies, he will be dead. Not only on the 10th floor, countless cultivators in the entire trial ground saw the shadow of the lightning gate that appeared in the void. On the 17th floor of Tong Tian Tower, a lady with snow-white hair and a long white dress sat quietly. She raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes landed on the 17th floor outside the tower. She saw the huge lightning gate and felt the tremors of Tong Tian Tower. Want to become extreme, thunder real god? This person's courage is commendable, but the chances of success are very slim. This lady was Tong Chi-mei from Half Moon Hall. In her first year in the trial ground, she had entered the 17th floor and defeated many geniuses. She had also stayed on the 17th floor for a total of 25 years. Tong Chi-mei no longer paid attention to the shadow of the lightning gate outside the tower. Her beautiful eyes landed on the stairs in front of her. At the end of the stairs was the 18th floor of the trial ground. It was said that very few people had reached the 18th floor. Moreover, there were many exciting rumors about the 18th floor. Regardless of whether it was due to honor or curiosity, Tong Chi-mei wanted to step into the 18th floor to take a look. Dang, dang, dang. Tong Chi-mei walked up the stairs step by step. In an instant, the pressure on the stairs gathered to form a violent hurricane. Tong Chi-mei's white hair swayed wantonly under the hurricane. She looked like a fairy flying from the heavens. Finally, Tong Chi-mei reached the end of the stairs. She only needed to take one more step to enter the 18th floor. 18th floor, here I come. As she spoke, Tong Chi-mei suddenly stepped onto the end of the stairs and disappeared from the 17th floor. Outside the Tower of Hanno, in the triangular plaza, although countless cultivators were paying attention, they could not see the sudden appearance of the lightning gate. However, there was another matter that caused a stir in the entire square. Someone has entered the 18th floor. Who is this person? Uproar and clamor filled the entire plaza. The trial ground was divided into 18 floors. However, there were very few cultivators who could truly enter the 18th floor. In the past 10,000 years, there were only a few who could do so. Today, another genius had entered the 18th floor. How could the cultivators not be shocked and excited? The person who has entered the 18th floor is Chi-mei, within the veiled palanquin. Waning Moon's cold voice carried a trace of gentleness. Demonic Pearl Sect Master Yang Muchio hurriedly congratulated Waning Moon. As expected of the Half Moon Hall's peerless genius. She's so young and has already entered the 18th floor. Half Moon Hall will probably become stronger in the future. Waning Moon smiled, clearly in a good mood. She said, Sect Master Yang is too polite. Your Demonic Pearl Sect's Wei Shua's talent is also top-notch. Perhaps he can catch up and enter the 18th floor. Yang Muchio smiled. Sect Master Waning Moon is too polite. Compared to martial niece Chi-mei, Wei Shua is still a distance away. It's already very good that he can enter the 17th floor. Yang Muchio and Waning Moon's conversation had no intention of hiding anything. Everyone in the plaza heard it clearly. Many cultivators also knew that the person who had entered the 18th floor was Half Moon Hall's Tong Chi-mei. Although many cultivators doubted Waning Moon's certainty, it seemed that other than Tong Chi-mei, it was very difficult for any cultivator who had entered the trial ground to achieve such an achievement. The Half Moon Hall was the head of the 10 major sects, and Tongchime was the most famous in the northern Yu region. However, the other regions had more or less heard of Tongchime's name and knew that Tongchime was a rare genius that only appeared once every few 100,000 years. Chapter 2022 Provocation and Counterattack. Tongchime is definitely the strongest genius among all the cultivators in this trial ground. The genius disciples of the other 10 sects have all been overshadowed by Tongchime's radiance. Yu Yewei, the sect master of the Serene Mirage sect, sighed. That's not necessarily true. Heaven and Earth sect and Void Cleansing Peak are second only to Half Moon Hall. The strongest geniuses of these two sects, Lian Zhe and Liang Dan, are both quite strong. It's also said that they are geniuses who have ascended 4 times in Void Sky. These two might even reach the 18th floor. Ling Yunji, sect master of High Heaven sect, said with a smile. It seems that the two of you are not very confident in the geniuses of our Dongyu. Mo Ji, island master of Heavenly Demon Island, said indifferently. Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji smiled awkwardly, but did not answer. The most outstanding disciple of Dong Yu is none other than the witch of Heavenly Demon Island, Yushan. Although Yushan was outstanding, there was still a gap between her and Tongchime, Lian Zhe, and Liang Dan. In fact, they did not even think that Yushan could enter the 17th floor. As for Yu Tanjing of Serene Mirage sect and Ling Zhua of High Heaven sect, although they were quite talented, they knew very well that the gap between them and Yushan was not small, let alone Tongchime, Lian Zhe, and Liang Dan, the 3 top geniuses. Someone else has entered the 18th floor, and 2 people have entered at once. Suddenly, an uproar came from the crowd. Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji both looked up and saw that there were 2 more light spots on the 18th floor light screen of the Tower of Hanno. It should be Lian Zhe of the Cosmos sect and Liang Dan of the Void Cleansing Peak. It's only been 25 years, and they have already entered level 18. Those 3 are truly blessed by the heavens. If they were to come across some sort of serendipity in the remaining 25 years, their cultivation states would most likely skyrocket once more. Yu Yewei sighed out once more. Mo Ji did not speak. He just looked at the sighing Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji quietly and sneered in his heart. These 2 were the sect masters of High Heaven sect and Serene Mirage sect of the 10 great sects, but now they were looking up to others without any competitive spirit. This made Mo Ji despise them. On the 15th level, the lightning bolts became more terrifying and powerful, almost forming a prison of lightning in the air. The enormous Devilfall Valley had already become a scene of devastation after being bombarded by the frightening lightning arcs. The surging demonic chi above had completely dissipated at this moment, leaving behind only the remnants of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh. Naturally, there were also many powerful cultivators on the 15th floor. They were either cultivating on this floor, looking for opportunities, or training here. When a lightning gate descended, it attracted a lot of cultivators from the 15th level. It's coming from the direction of Devilfall Valley. Furthermore, with such a terrifying thunder gate, it's obvious that someone is undergoing the 20th thunder calamity. Could it be that someone is going to become true God Extreme Thunder? Let's go and take a look. Voices rang out from every corner of the 15th floor. Soon after, many figures flashed through the air. Their goal was the same, Devilfall Valley. Devilfall Valley was quite famous on the 15th floor. However, due to the dense demonic energy within Devilfall Valley, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find the entrance to Devilfall Valley. Thus, many cultivators on the 15th floor would rarely enter Devilfall Valley for training. Because in Devilfall Valley, it was very easy to die if one was not careful. After a short while, close to 100 cultivators landed on the periphery of Devilfall Valley. When their gazes fell on the devastated Devilfall Valley, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Devilfall Valley, which used to be surging with demonic chi and overflowing with ferocious flames, was now completely in ruins. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in the ruins, it was completely filled with dense lightning arcs. Every single lightning arc was enough to split mountains and shatter the void. The cultivators who were close to Devilfall Valley could not imagine if they would be lucky enough to survive if they were to be in the midst of such frightening lightning arcs. None of the cultivators left. They all stopped at the periphery of the lightning arcs. They wanted to see who the extremely daring person who dared to undergo the 20th Thunder Calamity was. Outside the range of the lightning arcs, Zhuowen stood there quietly. However, his face did not look too good. Especially when he saw close to 100 cultivators gathered around him, his gaze became even gloomier. The black-clothed Zhuowen situation was not optimistic. He was currently bitterly enduring the lightning arcs. If it were not for the heavenly thunder eye and the heaven-devouring demonic tomes, powerful devouring power, the black-clothed Zhuowen would have already died. Regardless of whether the black-clothed Zhuowen could survive this thunder calamity, the following matters would be very difficult to deal with. Devilfall Valley's reputation on the 15th floor was too great. Legend said that it was the place where a demonic Dao powerhouse fell. It was also said that there were many resources and inheritances of the demonic Dao powerhouse. Now that the black-clothed Zhuowen was undergoing his 20th Thunder Calamity here, whether he survived or not, he would become the target of public criticism. I saw you here before I came to Devilfall Valley. Do you know who the person undergoing the tribulation in Devilfall Valley is? A black-faced man rushed in front of Zhuowen. He looked down at Zhuowen condescendingly and questioned Zhuowen as if he were a prisoner. Yes, the three of us were the first batch to come here. We arrived here 10 breaths after the Thunder Calamity occurred. At that time, this child was already here. Either this child was nearby, or this child had some relationship with the person undergoing the tribulation. There were 2 other people behind the black-faced man. One of them was a man with a cold expression. He licked his lips and looked at Zhuowen somewhat maliciously. The auras of these 3 people were not very strong, but they had all reached the virtual sky realm. Although Zhuowen's cultivation had not touched the virtual sky realm, he could sense that these 3 people should be cultivators who had just condensed the virtual sky bridge not long ago. They probably obtained enough disaster crystals in this trial ground to advance to the virtual sky realm. They saw that Zhuowen's aura was only that of a true god of 3 disasters, so they probably had bad intentions. The surrounding people with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble with Zhuowen. The reason was very simple. They said it was grand, but in fact, it was to give the 3 of them a reason to attack Zhuowen. After all, true gods of 3 disasters were not common on the 15th floor. Even if this kind of cultivator's divine sense was powerful, it was very limited. They were definitely not stronger than virtual sky realm cultivators. However, no one came out to stop them. Everyone had a mocking expression. They wanted to see how this true god of 3 disasters would deal with these 3 virtual sky realm cultivators. I don't know the person undergoing the tribulation in Devilfall Valley. I just happened to pass by here and happened to meet a senior undergoing the 20th Thunder Calamity here, Zhuowen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Although he also knew that these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble, he did not want to pay attention to them. Now, all his attention was on the black-robed Zhuowen. He only hoped that the black-robed Zhuowen could completely pass the 20th Thunder Calamity. This kid looks very suspicious at first glance. I suspect that this guy is lying. This kid might be the companion of the person undergoing the tribulation inside. Capture him first. The black-faced, brawny man grinned. A terrifying divine sense surged out and turned into a huge hand that grabbed at Zhuowen. The 2 people behind the black-faced, brawny man looked at all of this with eyes full of ridicule. Zhuowen's eyes were full of killing intent. Originally, he did not want to bicker with the black-faced, brawny man and his 2 companions. Unfortunately, the black-faced, brawny man actually looked for trouble and even tried to kill him. Thus, he could not blame Zhuowen for not being polite. Pucci, the black-faced, brawny man screamed miserably. The huge hand formed by his divine sense instantly collapsed. He also suffered a backlash from the shattering of his divine sense. Intense pain came from his divine sense, causing him to scream again and again. However, the black-faced, brawny man's screams did not last long. A purple sword silently entered between his eyebrows. The black-faced, brawny man glared at the cold-looking young man in front of him. He really could not believe that the young man in front of him was just a true god, 3 disasters. How could his strength be so terrifying? He actually cut off his divine sense hands so easily and so quickly. I hate that I can't use the energy of the illusory bridge. I can't accept this. The black-faced, brawny man roared and his head exploded. Zhuowen continued to rush toward the 2 people behind the black-faced, brawny man with a glorious amethyst galaxy sword. His movements were not sloppy at all. In the trial ground, all the cultivators' divine senses were restricted. Cultivators above the void sky realm were even more restricted. The energy of the illusory bridge in their bodies was also restricted, so they could not use their full strength. This was also why the black-faced brawny man was so unwilling after being killed by Zhuowen. It should be known that a void sky cultivator would not die immediately after his soul was destroyed. He would only truly die if the illusory bridge was completely destroyed. However, in the trial ground, the illusory bridge of a void sky cultivator was restricted. This also meant that if one's soul was destroyed here, the energy of the illusory bridge could not be used. Therefore, a void sky cultivator was the same as a true god here. The destruction of his soul meant that he had died. How dare you sneak attack, Brother Zhou? You're courting death. The other 2 cultivators reacted, and their eyes were spitting fire. In their opinion, the black-faced cultivator was killed by Zhuowen's sneak attack. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of Zhuowen, but they also took out their divine weapons and attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He waved the glorious amethyst galaxy sword and blocked the 2 divine weapons. The soul-absorbing divine needle between his eyebrows shot out extremely quickly and sank into the glabella of one of the cultivators, destroying his soul. Bang! After blocking the 2 divine weapons, Zhuowen rushed toward the last cultivator as fast as lightning. After seeing his companion killed in an instant, the cultivator lost all his morale. He screamed and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, in front of Zhuowen, who had the torch dragon wings, this person's speed was not worth mentioning. Soon, Zhuowen caught up with him and killed him with 1 sword strike. Zhuowen killed 3 void sky cultivators cleanly in an instant, completely shocking the surrounding cultivators. The ridicule in the eyes of many cultivators turned into fear and reverence at this moment. Although the black-faced cultivator and the other 2 had just advanced to the void sky realm, their combined battle power was not weak. Moreover, the young man with the purple sword was only true god, 3 disasters. Chapter 2023. Siege. At that moment, many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but distance themselves from Zhuowen. Although there were many cultivators who were stronger than the burly man, Zhuowen was able to kill the burly man and the other 2 so easily. It was obvious that Zhuowen wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it wasn't necessary, they really didn't want to take the initiative to provoke the young man who looked like a real god, 3 disasters. Look, the power of the thunder disaster above Devilfall Valley is weakening. It seems that the thunder disaster is going to be over soon. Someone suddenly said, and it instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Seeing that the thunder disaster was indeed weakening, many of the cultivators immediately focused their attention on the thunder disaster. They knew clearly that whether the owner of the thunder disaster could succeed and become real god Extreme Thunder would depend on whether he could survive the terrifying lightning arcs. Moreover, most of the cultivators at the scene had their own ideas. Since the owner of the thunder disaster was in Devilfall Valley, it meant that this person must have obtained many benefits in Devilfall Valley. He might even have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty. No matter if the person who was going to survive the thunder disaster was dead or alive, he must have some good things from Devilfall Valley. Everyone didn't want to let go of those good things. Even if the person didn't die from such a terrifying thunder disaster, he would be at his weakest right after the thunder disaster. With so many of them, they wouldn't be afraid of a weak real god extreme thunder. Bang! The 20 lightning gates collapsed one after another, and the densely packed lightning arcs in the surroundings also dissipated at this moment. A wretched figure fell to the ground amidst the dissipated lightning arcs. When everyone's eyes landed on this miserable figure, a long ray of light flashed past and caught this miserable figure. Immediately, it rushed into the distance. The speed of the rainbow was too fast. Almost at the moment when the thunder gates disappeared, it flew to the miserable figure's side and escaped immediately. By the time everyone reacted, the streak of light was already 1,000 miles away. It's that guy just now. He's really with the cultivator who is going to survive the thunder disaster. Let's chase after them. The two of them must have some good things from Devilfall Valley. They might even have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty in Devilfall Valley. A blue-robed cultivator exclaimed and summoned a flying divine artifact. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Joan. Not only the blue-robed cultivator, but the other cultivators also followed closely behind. Streaks of light tore through the sky like a meteor shower as they pursued at high speed. Boom! Boom! At the same time, under the control of these cultivators' divine sense, all the divine artifacts flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen placed the black-robed Zhuowen into his spirit ring. At this moment, the black-robed Zhuowen was not in a good condition. His entire body was charred black, and his flesh was lacerated. He had even suffered some serious internal injuries. Luckily, the black-clothed Zhuowen had passed through the thunder disaster successfully. Zhuowen believed that as long as the black-clothed Zhuowen recovered, he would be a real god extreme thunder. By then, his fighting power would definitely be frightening. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen's train of thought was interrupted by the many divine weapons flying behind him. D***, these guys. Zhuowen's eyes turned gloomy. Without thinking, he extended the torch dragon wings, and his speed increased tremendously. The divine weapons that were flying towards him missed their target. The torch dragon wing's speed was very fast. Even if those cultivators had flying divine artifacts, they were far behind Zhuowen's current speed. Looking at the cultivators who were getting further and further behind him, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon felt that something was amiss. Swoosh! All of a sudden, many transparent threads appeared in front of him. Like spiritual snakes, they flew towards Zhuowen to bind him. Zhuowen snorted coldly and slashed with his glorious purple galaxy sword. However, to his surprise, the glorious purple galaxy sword could not cut through the transparent threads. This shocked him greatly. You're too naive. This is the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm. It's not something that you can break just because you want to. A cold voice came from the side. A slender cultivator in a blue robe looked at Zhuowen with a mocking smile. Transparent threads were entwined between his hands. The strange thing was that these threads were not only invisible to the naked eye, but also difficult to identify with the divine sense. Seeing the cultivators getting closer and closer behind him, Zhuowen immediately summoned the 12 no-beginning devil golden swords. Raging black flames constantly burned and jumped on the blades. Crack! The no-beginning devil golden swords turned into a black flame whirlwind and immediately cut through the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him. Meanwhile, Zhuowen flapped his torch dragon wings and rushed forward like a whirlwind. Although he was a little unhappy with the blue-robed cultivator's obstruction, there were too many cultivators behind him. He really did not want to waste time. Otherwise, they would catch up very quickly. There were nearly 100 Void Sky cultivators. Although most of them had just advanced to the Void Sky realm not long ago, there were also powerhouses who had reached the first or second step of the Void Sky realm. If he was surrounded by such a group of people, Zhuowen would really be in trouble. The blue-robed cultivator was surprised. He did not expect Zhuowen's no-beginning devil golden swords to be so sharp. Want to escape? Do you think it's possible? You're indeed fast, but I'm even faster. The blue-clad cultivator sneered. His figure became like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In just a flash, he appeared above Zhuowen. Both his hands rippled and transparent ice threads. The myriad-year silkworm shot out to block Zhuowen's path. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing the blue-robed cultivator blocking him again and again, Zhuowen's heart was filled with anger. The 12 no-beginning devil golden swords turned into a vortex of killing intent and instantly crushed the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him. The corners of the blue-robed cultivator's mouth curled up slightly. He calmly released the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm again and again, forming layers of defense in front of him. The no-beginning devil golden swords were indeed powerful, but the blue-robed cultivator had already estimated their power in advance. As long as he kept releasing the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm, this person would definitely not be able to break through his defense. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He naturally saw through the blue-robed cultivator's thoughts and instantly released the other 24 no-beginning devil golden swords. The 36 no-beginning devil golden swords combined to form a terrifying vortex of killing intent. Countless black flames burned fiercely and turned into a huge storm. Bang, bang, bang. The killing intent vortex formed by the 36 no-beginning devil golden swords was much stronger than the 12 no-beginning devil golden swords. The blue-robed cultivator, who was originally releasing the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm, obviously did not expect Zhuowen to release more no-beginning devil golden swords. The ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him instantly collapsed. Pucci! The killing intent vortex instantly pierced through the blue-robed cultivator's glabella. The latter's eyes were wide open. After uttering a few words, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Zhuowen swiftly put away the man's spirit ring and spread his torch dragon wings, wanting to escape again. Unfortunately, the divine weapons behind him smashed into his body like a whirlwind. Helpless, Zhuowen immediately controlled the 36 no-beginning devil golden swords to form a defensive posture. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The 36 no-beginning devil golden swords were almost shattered. Zhuowen snorted and coldly stared at the many cultivators surrounding him. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Zhuowen looked around and asked in a deep voice, "What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of you snatching away the person who just went through the tribulation? Yes, looking at you, you should be the accomplice of the person who went through the tribulation, right? You must have obtained a lot of good things in Devilfall Valley, right? Quickly hand over the spirit ring and destroy your cultivation. Then, we will spare your dog life. Why should we spare his life? Let's just kill him. Then, we'll split the items on his body. Devilfall Valley is definitely filled with rare treasures." The surrounding cultivators' eyes fell on Zhuowen. They were full of greed, as if Zhuowen had become a delicious cake in their eyes. Zhuowen looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. His eyes were surging with killing intent. In the eyes of these people, Zhuowen's life was cheap. They could kill him or let him go as they pleased. Let's kill this kid together. Finally, the surrounding cultivators reached an agreement. They called out their divine weapons and bombarded Zhuowen with strong killing intent. At this moment, Zhuowen had already stopped holding back. The 48 no-beginning devil golden swords surrounded his body. The raging black fire burned constantly, firmly guarding Zhuowen. Bang, bang, bang. Nearly 100 divine weapons bombarded the no-beginning devil golden swords, but they were unable to break through the defense of the no-beginning devil golden swords. Continue. This kid is really not simple. A mere true god, 3 disasters, has such powerful combat strength. He must have obtained a lot of good things in Devilfall Valley. Let's kill him together. Although their attacks were blocked, the cultivators did not retreat. Instead, the greed in their eyes grew stronger. They concluded that the cultivator in front of them must have obtained a lot of benefits from Devilfall Valley. Bang, bang, bang. Nearly 100 cultivators joined forces and attacked again. Each attack was more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. Zhuowen, who was inside the no-beginning devil golden swords, became paler and paler. He had to expend a lot of energy to maintain the defense of the no-beginning devil golden swords, especially when facing the combined attacks of so many powerful cultivators. It was extremely strenuous for him. "Kid, throw out the supreme fire sword," Xiaohei suddenly said in a deep voice. Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, the supreme fire sword with raging flames appeared in his hand. Although he did not know what Xiaohei wanted to do, he knew that Xiaohei would definitely not trick him at this juncture. When another attack was about to land, Zhuowen suddenly threw out the supreme fire sword. The supreme fire sword turned into a ray of fire and entered the crowd in front of him. "What's that sword? It seems to have the aura of the extreme Tao." The people in front of him were puzzled. Their attention fell on the supreme fire sword. "Xiao Huozi, it's been hard on you." Explode. Xiaohei's voice sounded faintly. Rumble. Suddenly, the supreme fire sword exploded. Terrifying flames surged out and instantly enveloped the cultivators in front of him. "Go!" Xiaohei quickly said. Zhuowen immediately controlled the no-beginning devil golden swords to turn into a whirlpool of killing intent and broke through to the back. Chapter 2024. Real God Extreme Thunder, don't let him escape. The crowd behind him shouted in unison. Immediately, divine artifacts flew over and landed heavily on Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's powerful consciousness swept out explosively. The killing intent vortex formed by the 48 original demonic golden swords increased in power and actually blocked all of the divine weapons. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. With a loud roar, a vortex of killing intent soared into the sky, dispersing all the divine weapons in its way. Raising his torch dragon wings, Zhuowen shot out like a bolt of lightning and broke through the encirclement. "Chase! This person is injured. He can't have escaped far." The cultivators behind him turned into streaks of light and followed closely behind Zhuowen. As for the 40 or so cultivators in front of him, nearly 20 of them had died due to the self-destruction of the extreme Tao fire sword. The remaining 20 or so cultivators had all suffered either heavy or light injuries. However, the 20-plus cultivators did not feel fearful at all. Instead, they felt enraged. Ignoring the wounds on their bodies, they chased after Zhuowen. In their eyes, this Zhuowen was extremely detestable. He actually used despicable means to injure them. Zhuowen's face was extremely gloomy as he sensed the crazy crowd of cultivators chasing after him. Although his original body's battle prowess was not bad, he was still no match for so many cultivators. At present, the only person capable of dealing with so many cultivators was the black-robed Zhuowen. However, the black-clothed Zhuowen's injuries were too severe, and he was far from fully recovered. In order to let the black-clothed Zhuowen recover as soon as possible, Zhuowen took out all the level 6 and level 7 divine medicine from his spirit ring to treat the black-clothed Zhuowen, hoping that the black-clothed Zhuowen could recover in a short period of time. Half a month later, Zhuowen stopped on top of a hill. However, before he could rest for long, a group of divine weapons came crashing down on the hill, smashing the entire hill into smithereens. Zhuowen was forced to dodge helplessly. At this moment, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was already injured, and he had been running for his life for half a month. The exhaustion of his mental and physical strength had taken a huge toll on him. The cultivators chasing Zhuowen took turns to fight him, not giving him any chance to rest. This was why Zhuowen had consumed so much energy in just half a month. In the end, Zhuowen landed on a mountain peak. He had already reached his limit. He immediately turned around and stared calmly at the 200-plus cultivators in front of him. In the beginning, there were only nearly 100 cultivators besieging Zhuowen. Later, the self-detonation of the supreme Tao flame sword killed over 20 of them, leaving only over 70 cultivators. However, half a month's worth of pursuit had naturally alarmed the other cultivators on the 15th floor. Following that, the other cultivators joined the ranks of the besiegers. The team of over 70 cultivators had grown to over 200 cultivators. That was nearly two-thirds of all the cultivators on the 15th floor. At any rate, those who could make it to the 15th floor were not ordinary cultivators. Thus, it was only natural that there would not be too many of them. What? You can't run anymore? A man with a full beard crossed his arms and stared mockingly at the exhausted Zhuowen in front of him. He could also tell that Zhuowen had reached his limit and was unable to escape from their clutches. Why aren't you handing over the spirit ring on your body? Be sensible and hand over the spirit ring. Also, honestly tell us what you obtained from the Devilfall Valley. Perhaps we will let you die a quick death. The cultivators around the bearded man were all clamoring, not putting Zhuowen in their eyes at all. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the crowd in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness, and said, "Since you want my spirit ring, then I'll give it to you." With that, Zhuowen took off the spirit ring and threw it towards the crowd. Snatch! The moment Zhuowen threw out the spirit ring, many cultivators' eyes lit up. They couldn't wait to rush out, wanting to snatch the spirit ring. The bearded man who had spoken just now was the fastest. He was far ahead of the crowd. With a stroke of his right hand, he grabbed the spirit ring in his hand. However, the moment the bearded man grabbed the spirit ring, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His right hand was severed from his shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain caused him to involuntarily cover the wound on his severed right arm. CI. The bearded man realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, a terrifying bolt of lightning that was as sharp as a sword suddenly blasted onto his head. Poochie! In an instant, the bearded man's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't be any more dead. The death of the bearded man immediately caused many of the cultivators behind him to stiffen and their expressions to become sluggish. Soon after, everyone saw a figure whose entire body was filled with black lightning walk out from the spiritual ring. This person was dressed in a black robe, and his body was surrounded by surging demonic energy. Within the demonic energy, there was a faint purplish-black lightning, as if terrifying lightning was constantly brewing in the dark clouds. This person slowly took the spirit ring and leisurely wore it on the middle finger of his right hand. Immediately after, a pair of pitch-black demonic eyes stared coldly at the cultivators in front of him. This pair of eyes was filled with an ancient indifference. It gave everyone the feeling that the heavens were coldly looking down on them. At this moment, in this pair of eyes, all of them were like ants. They were extremely lowly. It's the guy who went through 20 lightning disasters. He's real God Extreme Thunder. In the crowd, someone's voice trembled. Real God Extreme Thunder was the first step of an extreme Tao real God. Legend had it that real God Extreme Thunder had terrifying fighting power and had mastered the ultimate power of lightning disasters. He was a terrifying real God that only existed in legends. Now, in front of them, real God Extreme Thunder had truly appeared. Moreover, the aura of real God Extreme Thunder was so strong that it caused them to feel fear. Do you want the spirit ring? Come and snatch it. I can tell you clearly that Devilfall Valley contains countless disaster crystals, many precious mineral veins, many precious divine medicines, endless resources, and the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty. All of these are in my spiritual ring. If you can kill me, then all of these things will be yours. Zhuowen, who was shrouded in demonic aura, let out a bewitching voice and instantly ignited the greed in the hearts of countless cultivators at the scene. So what if he's real God Extreme Thunder? He's only one person and we have 200 people. Everyone, attack together. This person will definitely die. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. It was as though he was trying to boost his courage and also the courage of everyone else. That's right. He's only one person and we have so many people. So what if he's real God Extreme Thunder? Real God Extreme Thunder originally existed in legends. This person is only pretending to be mysterious. His goal is to make us retreat. Everyone, Don't be fooled. Voices rose one after another from the crowd, and the fear that had filled everyone's hearts was completely washed away. Greed overcame the fear of the unknown, and it blinded everyone's eyes. Hence, everyone took out their divine weapons and attacked Zhuon courageously. They hoped to kill this person and obtain the spirit ring that contained the inheritance and treasures of Devilfall Valley. The black-clothed Zhuon smirked coldly. In half a month's time, under the treatment of many divine medicines, the black-clothed Zhuon had recovered completely. Moreover, he had obtained the true power of real God Extreme Thunder. However, he had also suffered a great loss. Originally, with Devour's recovery power, he only needed a period of time to recover. However, Zhuon was surrounded and chased by so many cultivators. The black-robed Zhuon could only consume precious divine herbs to recover as quickly as possible. The price he paid was that he had used up all his Tier 7 and Tier 6 divine herbs. This made Zhuon's heart ache. Zhuon decided that he would make up for the price that he had to pay from the cultivators who were chasing after him. Boom! Terrifying purple lightning spread out and formed a huge lightning gate. Boom! 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 More than 200 divine weapons hit the lightning gate, but they were unable to break it open. Creak! The lightning gate opened wide, and the many divine artifacts were sent flying. The black-robed Zhuon took a step forward, opened his mouth, and spat out a sharp lightning sword. The lightning sword was 10 feet long, and its surface was covered with purple lightning. It was the Extreme Lightning Sword, and it was real God Extreme Thunder's powerful weapon. Bang! 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 The black-clothed Zhuon suddenly slashed out with the Extreme Lightning Sword in his hand. Instantly, lightning appeared in the sky like a river of stars, and then the 200-plus God artifacts were blasted apart. Zhuon took a step forward with his right foot and rushed to the front of the cultivators. His speed was as fast as lightning. The 5 cultivators at the front only felt a bolt of lightning flash before their eyes. Then they realized that they had been beheaded. Their heads were thrown high into the air, and they could only watch as their headless corpses fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! The black-clothed Zhuon was like a god of slaughter as he charged into the crowd. A terrifying bloody wind was stirred up. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour. When it landed on the ground, it formed a river of blood. Although many cultivators tried their best to take out their divine weapons to block, they were all destroyed by the Extreme Lightning Sword. They could not block the Extreme Lightning Sword at all. In just 20 breaths' time, more than half of the 200 cultivators were killed. This is real God Extreme Thunder's power. It's too terrifying. Let's go. A cultivator was shivering, and he had lost all will to fight. He screamed and retreated. The cultivator's words were like a fuse that caused the rest of the cultivators to panic. Then, the cultivators started to run in all directions. What? Who set up a trap array here? Damn it. However, when these cultivators retreated 1,000 meters, they suddenly realized that a huge trapping formation had appeared behind them, blocking their path of retreat. Zhuon watched everything from the back quietly. He formed a seal with his right hand and set up a strong trap array with the seal of all things. Chapter 2025. The 18th level of the stairway to heaven. Screams were heard continuously. Many cultivators were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They attacked the trap array, trying to break it open. Unfortunately, Zhuon had also joined the ranks of the massacre. 48 first Devil Golden swords shot out. All the cultivators who attacked the trap array were targeted by Zhuon's original body and killed. Although Zhuon's original body was not as powerful as the black-clothed Zhuon, he relied on the trap array to come and go like a ghost. With the help of Xiao He and the Blood Immortal, the cultivators could not do anything about it. Seeing more and more cultivators die, the remaining cultivators finally knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Zhuon did not care about these cultivators begging. For more than half a month, these cultivators had been chasing after Zhuon. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Facing the murderers who wanted to kill him, Zhuon would not show any mercy. Fight! Since these two won't let us go, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The remaining 50-plus cultivators all stood up when they sensed Zhuo Wen's cold, killing intent. Their eyes were filled with determination. They knew that if they didn't resist, they would die without a doubt. If they resisted, they would still have a chance at survival. Boom! Boom! More than 50 cultivators unleashed their strongest moves one after another, blasting toward the powerful black-robed Zhuo Wen. The black-clothed Zhuo Wen stood in the air, his gaze calm as he stared at the many attacks coming at him, the corners of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. The black-clothed Zhuo Wen raised his right hand. The extreme thunder sword burst out thousands of thunderbolts and formed a huge thundergate that stretched across the sky. Bang! 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 The 50 cultivators attacked with all their might, and all of them landed on the thundergate. Of course, what made them despair was that the thundergate was like Mount Tai, standing tall and unmoving. Whoosh! Then, the huge lightning gate swept across the sky and smashed into the bodies of more than 50 cultivators like a mountain. Crackle! Violent sounds of thunder continued to resound. Following that, a series of oppressive purple-black thunderbolts actually surged and spread out the moment the thundergate collapsed. After the thundergate slowly disappeared, the 50-plus cultivators also disappeared, leaving only the black-robed Zhuo Wen and the white-robed Zhuo Wen. I should return to Skysplit Tower. With my current strength, entering the 16th floor shouldn't be a problem. The white-clothed Zhuo Wen's gaze was calm. However, he was excited about Real God Extreme Thunder's strong power. After keeping the black-clothed Zhuo Wen, he disappeared from his original spot. Outside the Tower of Hanoi, countless gazes were focused on the 15th floor. This was because in just a short span of 30 breaths, 2/3 of the 15th person's light spots had disappeared one after another. The 15th floor, which originally had more than 300 light spots, now had less than 100 light spots. What happened on the 15th floor? 2/3 of the cultivators have mysteriously disappeared. There was an uproar in the square. Obviously, the sudden disappearance of so many light spots on the 15th floor had puzzled many cultivators. Elder Waning Moon looked at the Tower of Hanoi with interest and muttered, "Disappearing light spots represent death. In such a short period of time, more than 200 cultivators have died, and they were all elite cultivators who made it to the 15th floor. What was going on? They were probably killed by someone? A ruthless person must have appeared on the 15th floor. For some reason, he angered everyone and killed all the cultivators who surrounded him." Yang Muchio chuckled. Sect Master Yang's words make sense. If that's really the case, I really want to see the true face of this so-called ruthless person. In the trial grounds, no one has ever dared to kill so wantonly. Elder Waning Moon said faintly with a smirk. There's a light spot on the 15th floor that's moving toward the 16th floor. Could it be that the ruthless person is that light spot? Yang Muchio's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly said. Elder Waning Moon also noticed that light spot. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she chuckled. Since I have nothing to do, let's see how far this light spot can go. On the 15th floor of Skysplit Tower, Zhuo Wen's gaze fell on the steps, and he immediately took a step forward. When he stepped onto the last step, Zhuo Wen discovered to his surprise that the divine sense pressure that crushed down from the surroundings actually didn't affect him in the slightest. In other words, Zhuo Wen felt very relaxed as he stepped onto the last step. When Zhuo Wen first entered the 15th floor, it was still a bit difficult for him, but now it was so easy. He knew that his divine sense had made great progress in the past few years in Devilfall Valley. Bang. Thinking of this, he stepped onto the 16th floor. After entering the 16th floor, he didn't stop at all and continued to move toward the 17th floor. The 16th floor still didn't have any effect on him, and he easily reached the 17th floor. Yang Muchio's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with some surprise, "This guy went up 2 floors and entered the 17th floor so easily?" Elder Waning Moon lazily leaned back in her chair, but there was a rare hint of interest in her phoenix eyes. Now she was certain that the person who was bold enough to cause more than 200 specks of light to disappear from the 15th floor was the cultivator of this speck of light. It wasn't just young Muccio and elder Waning Moon. The other cultivators on the square also noticed the light spot that had just entered the 17th floor. There weren't many light spots on the 17th floor to begin with, and this light spot that had just entered the 17th floor directly went from the 15th floor to the 17th floor. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. Could this light spot be a genius from the 10 great sects? He didn't even stop at the 16th floor and directly went to the 17th floor. He really isn't simple. You're wrong. This guy is still climbing. He's moving toward the 18th floor. All of a sudden, this sentence caused the entire square to fall silent. Although there weren't many light spots on the 17th floor, there were still more than 10 of them. However, there were only 3 on the 18th floor. Moreover, everyone on the square guessed that these 3 light spots were Tong Chimay from the Half Moon Hall, Lien Zhe from the Chinquan Sect, and Liang Dan from the Void Peak. So who was the 4th light spot? Zhuowen stepped on the stairs step by step and steadily walked toward the top of the stairs. What followed was the pressure of the divine sense crushing down from the stairs. Moreover, Zhuowen's method was not to endure this pressure, but to release his divine sense to crush the pressure on the stairs. There were more than 100 galaxies in his spiritual space, and his divine sense was dozens of times stronger than before. Zhuowen was confident that in this trial ground, there were no more than 5 people whose divine sense was stronger than his. Zhuowen's guess was right. In the entire trial ground, there were only 3 people whose divine sense was comparable to his. Moreover, the strongest of the 3, Tong Chimay, might not have a stronger divine sense than him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps rang out continuously. Finally, Zhuowen arrived at the top of the stairs. Under the effect of his powerful divine sense, the pressure on the stairs trembled. The 18th floor. Zhuowen suddenly stepped onto the last step. A muffled, thunder-like sound constantly rumbled around him, and his figure completely disappeared from the 17th floor. At this moment, the square outside the Tower of Hanno was in an uproar. No one expected that besides Tong Chimay, Liang Dan, and Lien Zhe, there would be a 4th person entering the 18th floor of the trial ground. This had definitely broken the record of the trial ground for countless years. No one had entered the 18th floor for tens of thousands of years, but on this day, 4 people had entered consecutively. Everyone was guessing who the 4th person was. In the void far away from the Tower of Hanno stood a pure white, dome-shaped temple. Rays of Buddhist light emanated from the dome-shaped temple, making it look holy and noble. Honorable Lord Brahma, I heard that a total of 4 people have entered the 18th floor of the trial ground, breaking the record of tens of thousands of years. A white-robed old man with a rosy nose knelt on one knee in the temple. This old man with a rosy nose was the White Envoy who had gone to Dongyu. Around the White Envoy were 3 other old men kneeling. Inside the temple was a large hall. At the end of the hall, there was a golden futon floating in the air. On the praying mat sat a handsome man with a height of 10 feet and 4 heads. This person was the ruler of the great Brahma domain, Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma nodded and said in a deep voice, "The 10 great sects have indeed nurtured many talented geniuses. However, there is a stairway to heaven on the 18th floor of the trial ground. At the end of the stairway is the most precious thing in the trial ground. I wonder if any of these 4 people can reach the end of the stairway and obtain that thing." "My lord, did you take that thing out as well?" White Envoy asked in surprise as he thought of something. Lord Brahma smiled and said, "If there is really a genius who can climb the stairway, then that thing will be my gift to him." On the 18th floor, Zhuowen looked around and found that it was a field of cherry blossoms. Cherry blossom trees were neatly planted in the surroundings. The flying cherry blossoms fell to the ground and turned into spring mud. Everything looked so romantic. Zhuowen's gaze passed through the flying cherry blossoms and landed on a vast mountain at the end of the field. At the foot of the mountain, there was a stairway that led up to the end of the mountain. "Little guy, congratulations on entering the 18th floor. The stairway at the end of the cherry blossom tree is called the Stairway to Heaven. At the top of the stairway to heaven, there are 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence. Swallow one drop, and no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath, you can instantly return to your peak state. Chapter 2026 Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. As long as there is a breath, it can help me recover to my peak state. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his face was filled with disbelief. Zhuowen had seen many healing elixirs. Even the best healing elixirs could not heal one's injuries in an instant and help one recover to their peak state. If what the voice said was true, the 10 drops of heavenly starry sky essence at the end of the stairway were extremely precious treasures. At the instant this voice appeared, the 3 people sitting cross-legged at the 3 spots on the stairway opened their eyes at the same time. The white-haired Tong Chimei frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Another person has entered. Other than Liang Dan and Lien Zhe, there is actually someone else from the 10 great sects who has the ability to enter the 18th level of the trial ground." However, she quickly calmed down. So what if another person came in? Although Lien Zhe and Liang Dan had both entered the 18th level, they had not surpassed her on the stairway. It seemed that she was the only one who could reach the end of the stairway. Since the 4th person had entered the 18th level so late, he was probably weaker than Lien Zhe and Liang Dan. Naturally, she did not care too much. There are 100 steps in total. I have already reached the 80th step. There are 20 more steps to reach the end of the stairway. I must get the heavenly starry sky essence. Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She immediately took a step forward and reached the 81st step. Then, Tong Chimei stepped up one step after another and finally stopped at the 90th step. It seems that the 90th step is my limit. There are still 10 steps. I hope I can break through in the remaining 20 years. Tong Chimei's face was pale. She sat cross-legged on the steps and closed her eyes. She began to cultivate silently, hoping to reach the end of the stairway before the end of the trial ground. On the 50th and 55th steps, 2 young men sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. Another newcomer came in. Since he can enter the 18th level, he must be a genius from a sect. Maybe he is Tang Chong from the Qi Cultivation Sword sect. A strong man in black with slightly dark skin sat on the 55th step and said lightly. This man was the Void Rush Peak's Liang Dan, and the other wore gorgeous embroidered clothes and had a valiant bearing. He was the Universe Sect's Lien Zhe. Lien Zhe frowned slightly and said, "It could also be Yushan, the Witch of the Heavenly Devil Island. I've heard from my master that Yushan is extremely talented and is a natural genius." However, Liang Dan smiled and said, "No matter who it is, to enter the 18th level so late, their strength is definitely much weaker than ours. I'm afraid it's already very good to be able to reach the 30th level, let alone the 50th level." Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rolled over. Liang Dan, who had been laughing loudly, immediately froze. He asked Lien Zhe with some uncertainty, "Brother Lien Zhe, could it be that I'm hearing things? I think I hear footsteps." Lien Zhe's gaze was somewhat awkward as he said, "It shouldn't be, because I also heard the footsteps, and it came from below our steps. I'm afraid that the newcomer has climbed up the steps." This newbie really can't wait. Liang Dan smiled, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. This was because he realized that the footsteps were getting closer and clearer, as if the owner of the footsteps was not far behind them. "Brother Liang, why do I feel that the newcomer is not far behind us?" Lien Zhe's eyes were filled with doubt. Then he looked down the steps. The stairway to heaven was surrounded by a thick fog, and it blocked out divine consciousness, so the two of them could only rely on their naked eyes to spy. Thud, thud, thud. The moment Lien Zhe's gaze landed behind him, he saw a figure appear in his line of sight. It was a young man in white clothes. Although his face was not considered handsome, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because he noticed Lien Zhe's gaze, the white-clothed young man glanced at Lien Zhe, then casually continued to move forward, passing by Lien Zhe. Lien Zhe was dumbstruck as he looked at the young man who passed by him. His heart felt like it was being galloped by countless mud horses. He had worked hard for many years to reach the 50th level of the stairway to heaven, but the white-clothed young man in front of him had actually surpassed him in an instant. Moreover, the young man did not seem to be straining at all. Not only Lian Zhe, but Liang Dan was also stunned. His mood was even worse than Lian Zhe's. He knew that the white-clothed young man should be the guy who had just entered the 18th level not long ago. Moreover, it had not been long since the voice sounded, and the guy had reached the 50th level. In such a short time, he had surpassed Lian Zhe. Moreover, it seemed that it was extremely easy for him to do so. However, how was that possible? This guy had just entered the 18th level. How did he reach here so quickly as if nothing had happened? At that moment, Liang Dan and Lian Zhe's hearts collapsed. At that moment, Zhuan had already reached the 55th level. Just as he was about to step onto the 56th level, Liang Dan stopped him. "What's the matter?" Zhuan looked at Liang Dan and asked. Liang Dan took a deep breath. He stared at Zhuan and said with a slightly trembling voice, You shouldn't be the newcomer who just entered the 18th level, right? Did you stay on the 40th level for a long time before you suddenly reached here?" Zhuan felt that Liang Dan's question was somewhat inexplicable, so he answered truthfully, "Why do you think so?" "I just entered the 18th level not long ago and stepped on the stairway to come here. Could there be a problem?" Liang Dan's hands were trembling slightly at this moment. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you can't feel the terrifying pressure on this stairway? You can actually reach here so quickly? I don't quite believe it." Zhuan was stunned and immediately said with a smile, "I can. It's just that this stairway's pressure isn't very strong. But as I kept going up, the pressure indeed became stronger and stronger. But it's not to the extent of affecting my progress." "Is that so?" Liang Dan muttered in a low voice in a daze, but his heart completely collapsed. He discovered that this white-clothed young man in front of him was absolutely a freak. He and Lian Zhe had painstakingly climbed up here for so many years. This guy had just entered and already surpassed them. It would be strange if Liang Dan's mood could be good. In fact, even Zhuan didn't know how much he had changed in Devilfall Valley. His divine soul was really powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. In the main hall of Devilfall Valley, the bewitching stone given by the sky-devouring demon emperor was mainly used to improve Zhuan's divine soul. However, the sky-devouring demon emperor misunderstood that the black-clothed Zhuan was Zhuan's original body, so he accidentally cultivated Zhuan's divine soul. If the sky-devouring demon emperor did not mistake the original body and the avatar, Zhuan could not escape the fate of being possessed by the sky-devouring demon emperor. This was also why Zhuan did not feel too much pressure when he entered the 18th level consecutively. Even entering this stairway was not particularly difficult. "If the two of you have nothing else to say, I'll take my leave." After that, Zhuan continued to climb up the stairway, ignoring Lian Zhe and Liang Dan. The indifferent voice before said that he, Zhuan, was the fourth cultivator to enter the 18th level, which meant that there were 3 people in front of him. Now that he had caught up with 2 people, there was still 1 person in front of him. Now what Zhuan was worried about was that the person in front would beat him to it and take away the heavenly domain's starry sky essence. He did not have time to talk nonsense with Lian Zhe and Liang Dan here. "Hey, friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. You haven't told us your name yet." Liang Dan came back to his senses and wanted to ask Zhuan to stay, but found that Zhuan had already gone far, and he could not take another step forward. "This person is very unfamiliar. I have more or less come into contact with the genius disciples of the top 10 sects, but I have never seen this person before. Where did this person come from?" Lian Zhe said in surprise. Liang Dan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I don't know him either. I'm afraid he's not a disciple of the top 10 sections. I really didn't expect such a genius to appear outside the top 10 sections." Lian Zhe also nodded and said seriously, "I just don't know who is better between this person and Tong Chimei. It's hard to say. Tong Chimei is really terrifying. She should be the one with the most hope to reach the end of the stairway." Liang Dan thought of the white-haired woman with a frosty face, and a trace of infatuation appeared in his eyes. Tong Chimei's appearance was definitely one of the best in the heavenly domain, but this woman was too cold. It was said that this woman rejected male cultivators. In the past, a male cultivator had confessed his love to this woman, but the result was that the male cultivator's virtual bridge was destroyed and he was completely disabled. Chapter 2027. A view of the mountains. When Zhuowen reached the 70th step, he clearly felt that the pressure was beginning to become terrifying. However, in Zhuowen's spiritual space, over 100 galaxies revolved at the same time. The terrifying divine consciousness completely neutralized the pressure from the stairway to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhuowen maintained his speed and continued to ascend. When Zhuowen reached the 80th step, the pressure reached a terrifying level. Even Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. He finally slowed down, but it still could not stop him from continuing forward. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the 80th step, he saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the 90th step. Under the lingering clouds, the beautiful figure was faintly discernible. However, Zhuowen could clearly see her iconic snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 227. Ascension. The beautiful figure had also discovered Zhuowen, who had stepped onto the 80th step. Due to the clouds, she was similarly unable to clearly see Zhuowen's appearance. She could only vaguely see that the person who had stepped onto the 80th step was a man. Lian Zhe from the Qingquan sect, or Liang Dan from the Void Peak. Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were calm, but her heart was moved. Although she knew that Lian Zhe and Liang Dan were not ordinary people, according to her estimation, reaching the 60th step was already their limit. Now, they had actually reached the 80th step. This was beyond Tong Chimei's expectations. However, the 80th step should be this person's limit, Tong Chimei muttered to herself. However, very soon, the sudden sound of footsteps slapped her face. The figure below suddenly stepped onto the 81st step. Moreover, his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to ascend and reached the 85th step in an instant. Tong Chimei also saw the true face of the figure. She could not help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" When Tong Chimei saw Zhuowen, her eyes were filled with confusion. This was because the man before her was neither Lian Zhe of the Qingquan sect nor Liang Dan of the Void Flush Peak. Instead, he was a stranger she had never seen before. Zhuowen raised his head and calmly stared at Tong Chimei. Instead, he took a step forward and entered the 86th step, as if he had no intention of answering Tong Chimei. Tong Chimei's looks were indeed stunning, but in terms of beauty, she was only on par with Yin Chuyu. Most importantly, Tong Chimei's ice-cold temperament from the inside out added an icy charm to her beauty. Seeing that Zhuowen did not intend to answer her question and instead continued to climb the stairs, Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of anger. As a rare genius of Half Moon Hall, Tong Chimei's reputation in Northern Yu was like thunder to the ears. As she walked on the streets, there was no lack of flattering voices. It could be said that Tong Chimei was a true genius who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She was already used to flattery and various compliments. Although she disdained those flattering words in her heart, she was not used to being ignored by a strange man. She was angry. "What if I asked you a question?" Tong Chimei's voice was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it carried a hint of anger. Thud! Zhuowen continued to step onto the 88th step. Then, he realized that the pressure here had become even more terrifying. He could not help but stop in his tracks. A hint of mockery appeared in Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes. She said indifferently, "Although I don't know who you are, you do have some ability to make it this far. However, this should be the end of it. I know better than you how terrifying the pressure here is." Zhuowen raised his head again. He looked at Tong Chimei again and finally opened his mouth. "I have heard that Half Moon Hall's Tong Chimei is a rare genius in tens of thousands of years. She is incomparably cold and elegant, untainted by the mud. However, why are you spouting so much nonsense now? Tong Chimei, was originally feeling complacent because of the first half of Zhuan's sentence. However, the second half of Zhuan's sentence caused her beautiful face to darken. However, she also realized that her words and actions were much more impulsive than usual. Normally, she would not even bother to talk nonsense with a stranger. She would not even look at him. However, it was different now. The result that she was originally proud of was actually easily approached by this man in front of her. Furthermore, this person was neither Liang Dan nor Lian Zhe. This proved that this person should be the fourth newcomer who had just entered this place. In other words, this person had reached the 88th step from the first step to the 88th step on the first day after entering the 18th step. Such a result, even someone as arrogant as Tong Chimei herself felt that it was impossible because it was too difficult. However, the man in front of her had done it. This was also why Tong Chimei would show emotions that she would not normally show when facing the young man in front of her. Tong Chimei was filled with hatred. Just as she was about to speak, the young man below took another 2 steps and reached the 90th step. Then, he looked at Tong Chimei calmly. Tong Chimei was stunned. Zhuan was half a head taller than her. She could only lift her head and stare at Zhuan with her beautiful white eyes. Their eyes met. You actually entered the 90th step too. At that moment, Tong Chimei felt defeated. She could not imagine how the young man in front of her, whose aura was only that of real God, 3 disasters, could ascend the stairway to heaven so easily. Zhuan looked at Tong Chimei indifferently, and his gaze fell on the stairway above. From the moment Zhuan entered the stairway, he vaguely understood that the pressure on the stairway to heaven was not aimed at the spirit, but to temper the spirit. The longer one stayed on the stairway to heaven, the better the tempering of the spirit. Naturally, the spirit would become stronger. However, Zhuan's spirit was too strong. It was so strong that the pressure on the stairway to heaven could not suppress the tempering. This was also why Zhuan could reach the 90th step in one go. Tempering? It's a pity that it's not that challenging. Zhuan shook his head and muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly stepped on the 91st step and walked up steadily. It's not that challenging. Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes looked at the figure that continued to walk up with mixed feelings. She bit her lower lip and took a step forward as well. Puff! However, the moment Tong Chimei stepped onto the 91st step, the pressure was like a tidal wave that smashed onto her delicate body. Tong Chimei involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful face turned pale. However, Tong Chimei was extremely stubborn. Her pair of snow-white, beautiful eyes stared at Zhuan's back as she took another step forward and stepped onto the 92nd step. Tong Chimei had her own pride. Since she was young, she had always been number 1. Even in the Half-Moon Palace where the competition was fierce, she was still number 1 and no one could compete with her. Even in this interstellar tournament, she still thought that way. But now, Zhuan's appearance had completely shattered this notion of hers. She knew that her way of thinking might be wrong, and very wrong at that. The 95th step? Tong Chimei's clothes were stained with blood. At this moment, Tong Chimei was like a white lotus that had been dyed red. She looked stubborn and delicate. However, the moment Tong Chimei stepped on a 95th step, a terrifying pressure pressed down on her and drilled into her acupuncture points. It was as if it wanted to tear her into pieces. I can't go any further. Tong Chimei only felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. Then, her right foot that had stepped on the 95th step was fiercely repelled. She gently leaned backwards as a bitter smile and defeat hung on the corner of her mouth. This was the first time in her life that she felt defeated. Moreover, it was from a strange man. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a figure appeared in her blurry vision. Following that, she felt her light waist being held by a strong and powerful arm. Why are you so insistent on moving forward? With your talent, after a few more years, under the tempering of this pressure, you should be able to continue moving forward and reach the end of the heaven stairway. You won't be in such a sorry state like you are now, right? Zhuan held Tong Chimei in his arms. His gaze was as calm as water as he looked indifferently at the delicate girl in his arms. This was the first time that Tong Chimei had revealed such a weak and delicate state in front of a man. Perhaps it would also be the last time. Tong Chimei stared at Zhuo, and her heart suddenly calmed down. She wasn't like other girls who would show shyness when a strange man hugged her waist. Instead, she appeared very calm. However, Tong Chimei knew that she was actually a little flustered because this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Because I need the heavenly starry sky essence to save someone, Tong Chimei said coldly. She already knew that it was impossible for her to obtain the heavenly starry sky essence. So, she simply stated her purpose directly. How many drops do you need? Zhuo narrowed his eyes and asked. 1 drop is enough, Tong Chimei said angrily. She felt that Zhuowen's words were mocking her. Would you like to bravely climb to the top of the mountain with me and see how small the other mountains are? Zhuowen suddenly said with a smile. Tong Chimei was stunned, but soon the man in front of her took her step by step and climbed up the heaven stairway. Boom, boom, boom. Because of Tong Chimei, the pressure of the heaven stairway had reached an unprecedented level at this moment. The originally invisible pressure at this moment was like a substantial wave, whistling over, making Tong Chimei tremble in fear. Zhuowen, however, let out a long roar. In the face of such a terrifying pressure, his fighting spirit soared to the sky. The reason why he took Tong Chimei with him was to strengthen the pressure of the heaven stairway. Only a stronger pressure could effectively temper his divine soul. The substantial pressure rolled over, and Zhuowen's divine sense did not hesitate to meet it. The two collided fiercely. Chapter 2028. Tong Chimei. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the 99th step, more than 200 divine soul galaxies began to revolve within his spiritual space. They rapidly gave birth to new divine soul galaxies and formed new divine soul galaxies. On the other hand, Zhuowen was desperately circulating the celestial star meditation diagram. There was a terrifying pressure on the outside and a divine soul ability on the inside. With the two complementing each other, Zhuowen's divine soul grew at an unprecedented speed. The violent pressure, like a storm, set off vast ripples on the 99th step. Zhuowen's right foot landed on the 99th step, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes full of wanton and unruliness. Go in! Zhuowen let out a low roar as his other foot finally landed on the 99th stair. A violent pressure crushed down, and the surrounding space had long since been shattered. Tong Chimei curled up in Zhuowen's arms, feeling Zhuowen's broad chest, looking at Zhuowen's long hair fluttering in the wind, and his wanton expression. She couldn't help but be stunned. There's still one more step. The pressure here is already very terrifying. Can you still climb up? Tong Chimei came back to her senses and completely calmed down. She could feel that the breathing of the man in front of her had become rapid, and his chest was violently rising and falling. He had probably reached his limit. Why not? Zhuowen countered with a question, laughing loudly as he raised his foot and stepped onto the last step. Are you crazy? You're not in a good state, Tong Chimei exclaimed. Unfortunately, Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to her, his right foot firmly stepping onto the last step. He knew much better than Tong Chimei that his divine soul was rapidly growing, and he only needed an opportunity to break through to the 300th divine soul galaxy. One had to strike while the iron was hot. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to step onto the last step, when the speed of his divine soul's growth slowed down, it would be very difficult to successfully reach the top. The moment he stepped onto the 100th step, a pressure like the might of the heavens fell, and endless panic rose in Tong Chimei's heart. In front of this heavenly pressure, she felt that she was an insignificant ant. Pucci! Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling as if he would collapse at any moment. Tong Chimei sighed in her heart and said, You don't have to force yourself. Just leave me behind. Only then will the pressure here weaken. With your powerful soul, it won't be difficult for you to reach the end of the stairway. Zhuowen remained silent, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He focused all his attention on his spiritual space. He saw with his own eyes that the divine soul galaxy was increasing at an increasing speed. 300 divine soul galaxies. Zhuowen's eyes emitted a dazzling light, and an even more terrifying divine sense burst out from between his eyebrows. His right foot finally moved again, and under Tong Chimei's astonished gaze, Zhuowen reached the end of the stairway. This guy is a real freak, Tong Chimei murmured with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. When Zhuowen reached the end of the stairway, the clouds around the stairway completely disappeared. Liang Dan and Lianze, who were still moving forward with difficulty, felt a pushing force. Then, the two of them were pushed out of the stairway in an extremely embarrassing manner and fell into the cherry blossom trees at the bottom of the stairway. Ouch! What's going on? Why did the stairway suddenly push us down? Lianze said in shock and anger. Liang Dan calmed down a lot. He looked up and saw a faintly discernible figure at the end of the stairway. He smiled bitterly and said, "Someone reached the top of the stairway." Lianze quickly looked up. Sure enough, he saw a faint figure at the top of the stairway. He sighed and said, "Could it be the newcomer who came later?" Liang Dan looked around and did not see Tong Chimei and Zhuowen. He said, "The two of them must have reached the top at the same time. That's really amazing. I know that Tong Chimei can reach the end of the stairway to heaven. But where did that kid come from? He just came to the 18th level, and he actually reached the top of the stairway to heaven without stopping at all. Isn't this too abnormal?" Lianze muttered helplessly in a low voice. At the end of the stairway was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform stood a small pond that was half the height of a person. In the middle of the small pond, there was a lotus flower, and in the middle of the lotus flower was a jade bottle. Zhuowen came to the center, took the jade bottle, and opened it. Suddenly, a surge of medicinal power soared into the sky, transforming into countless images of the starry sky, like a projection. Zhuowen hurriedly closed the jade bottle, and the illusory, starry sky disappeared. It's really the heavenly starry sky essence. Tong Chimei struggled to stand up, and her beautiful eyes stared at the jade bottle in Zhuowen's hand. Zhuowen turned around, looked at the beautiful Tong Chimei, and said, "You said that you wanted a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. There are 10 drops in here. I can give you 1 drop, but what can you give me?" Tong Chimei was stunned, and when she came back to her senses, she smiled and bowed sincerely to Zhuowen. She said, "Thank you, senior brother, for bringing me to the end of the stairway." As she spoke, Tong Chimei took out a Longan-sized transparent pill and said, "This divine pill is called the Void Ascension Pill. Although it's not as valuable as the heavenly starry sky essence, it's still a priceless divine pill. Even in the Half Moon Hall, there aren't many of these divine pills. It might be useless for void sky cultivators, but it's a priceless treasure for true gods, 3 disasters. If you take it out, it's enough to cause countless true gods in the Qingyun domain to fight for it. Even some void sky cultivators won't let go of such a divine pill. It can help true gods, 3 disasters avoid 10 wind disasters. Avoiding 10 wind disasters is equivalent to surviving 10 wind disasters. Moreover, true gods, 3 disasters can advance to the virtual sky world in a short time and condense a virtual sky bridge that suits them. Moreover, there are no side effects at all. Even if true gods, 3 disasters are stuck in a bottleneck, as long as they take this Void Ascension Pill, they can ascend to the illusory virtual sky world. After listening to Tong Chimei's introduction, Zhuowen's eyes revealed ecstasy. This divine pill was indeed what Zhuowen needed. Now, his original body had just advanced to true god 3 disasters, and he hadn't survived any wind disasters. As long as he took this Void Ascension Pill, he could avoid the wind disasters and directly condense a virtual sky bridge. Moreover, the virtual sky bridge condensed would be perfectly compatible with him. For Zhuowen, the value of this divine pill was actually comparable to a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. "Miss Tong, this is a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. Take it." Zhuowen smiled slightly. He took out a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence that glowed with starlight from the jade bottle and handed it to Tong Chimei. Tong Chimei carefully took out the jade bottle and stored the drop of heavenly starry sky essence. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. At the same time, she also handed the Void Ascension pill to Zhuowen. She cupped her fists and said, "This time, thank you very much, Senior Martial Brother. This heavenly starry sky essence is very important to Chimei. If it wasn't for Senior Martial Brother, I don't know if Chimei could successfully obtain it in the remaining 20 years. I still don't know Senior Martial Brother's name. I don't know if Senior Martial Brother will tell Chimei." Tong Chimei asked curiously. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. My name is Zhuowen." So it's Senior Martial Brother Zhua. Senior Martial Brother Zhua's cultivation hasn't entered the virtual sky realm, but your spirit is already so powerful. I'm afraid your background is not ordinary, right? Tong Chimei asked tentatively. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, "Miss Tong, you worry too much. This Zhua is just a loose cultivator. It's not worth mentioning." Hearing that Zhuowen was just a loose cultivator, Tong Chimei's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly said, "Senior Martial Brother Zhua is participating in the interstellar tournament this time. I'm afraid you want to join some great force in the star field, right? With Senior Martial Brother Zhua's talent, it's more than enough for you to join one of the top 10 sections. The half-moon hall that Chimei is in is the leader of the top 10 sections. If Senior Martial Brother Zhua doesn't mind." Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Miss Tong, this Zhua is used to the life of a wild crane. I don't want to join a sect and be restricted by it." Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes revealed a look of disappointment. She said, "If that's the case, Chimei was rude just now. I hope Senior Martial Brother Zhua can forgive me." Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a little embarrassment, "Miss Tong, I heard that the star field's ancient teleportation array requires a corresponding teleportation token. To be honest, this Zhua is participating in the interstellar tournament mainly for the teleportation token." Tong Chimei was stunned. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would participate in the interstellar tournament because of the teleportation token. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Senior Martial Brother Zhua, your reason for participating in the tournament is too unique. Who isn't participating in the interstellar tournament to raise the ranking of their respective galaxies? If you can join one of the great forces in the star field, that would be even more amazing." Speaking up to this point, Tong Chimei took out a jade token from her waist and handed it to Zhuowen. She said, "Senior Martial Brother Zhua, if you don't mind, please take this teleportation token of mine. This teleportation token allows you to use the star field's ancient teleportation array for an unlimited number of times. Moreover, you don't need to line up. Take my teleportation token and you will be given priority." Zhuowen happily received Tong Chimei's teleportation token. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Miss Tong." This teleportation token was very delicate. One could tell at a glance that it was worn by a girl. There was still the faint scent of Tong Chimei's body on it. As Tong Chimei didn't seem to care about it, Zhuowen thought that it was just an ordinary teleportation token. If he knew that this teleportation token was personally given to Tong Chimei by the Half Moon Palace Master, he wouldn't be so nonchalant. Moreover, the Half Moon Palace Master had specifically instructed Tong Chimei that this token was not to be given to strangers except for those close to her. Chapter 2029. 6th Level Dao Intent. By the way, Senior Martial Brother Zhua, where are you planning to go? Tong Chimei suddenly asked. A hint of sadness flashed through Zhuowen's eyes, and he chuckled. "I'm planning to go to the waning moon." Waning moon? That's a famous danger zone in the Dafan Heavenly region. Even a void sky cultivator would face the risk of death if they entered that place. Why would Senior Martial Brother Zhua go to such a dangerous place? Tong Chimei frowned. "I need the sun and moon herb, and only the waning moon has the sun and moon herb, so I have to go there." Zhuowen sighed. Mu Qinshua's soul was still in an imbalance of yin and yang. If the yin and yang in her soul couldn't be reconciled, even a powerful divine formation master wouldn't dare to awaken Mu Qinshu. Zhuowen was already a divine formation master, and with his ability, it was more than enough to awaken Mu Qinshu. However, Mu Qinshua's soul was too weak, and coupled with the imbalance of yin and yang, it was very easy for Mu Qinshua's soul to dissipate if he wasn't careful. This was why Zhuowen had to obtain the sun and moon herb. Only the sun and moon herb could completely reconcile the imbalance of yin and yang in Mu Qinshua's soul. Only then could he awaken Mu Qinshu. Tong Qimei's observation skills were astonishing. Naturally, she saw the flash of sadness in Zhuowen's eyes. This made her feel a little surprised. Could it be that Zhuowen was looking for the sun and moon grass for some reason? Although the sun and moon herb does exist in the waning moon, the chances of it appearing are very slim. Even if senior martial brother Zhuo enters the waning moon, you might not be able to find the sun and moon herb, right? Is the sun and moon herb really that important? Is it more important than your life? Tong Qimei asked. Zhuowen was silent for a moment before he nodded seriously. Yes, the sun and moon herb is very important to me, more important than my life. You're planning to use the sun and moon herb to save someone, right? Who is the person you want to save? Tong Qimei asked. Zhuowen smiled and didn't hide anything. It's my wife. Back then, she fell into a deep sleep because of me. I promised her that I would wake her up. Tong Qimei's face turned slightly pale, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, if that's the case, then senior brother Zhuo's wife must be very beautiful and virtuous. Yes. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, his gaze landed on the small pool at the center of the platform. He said, the thing in this small pool is also extraordinary. Miss Tong, do you know what the liquid in this pool is? Tong Qimei shook her head. Clearly, she did not recognize the liquid in the pool. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle and filled half of it. He sniffed lightly at the mouth of the bottle and smelled a fragrance. Instantly, he felt refreshed, as if all the filth in his internal organs had vanished into thin air because of this fragrance. Zhuowen's spirit shook. He knew that the liquid in this small pool was definitely extraordinary. He picked up the jade bottle and drank a mouthful. Zhuowen only felt that his body was as light as a feather. His eyes and ears were clear, and his mind was exceptionally clear. Moreover, he also discovered that his comprehension ability was invisibly improving and improving. Thinking of these benefits, Zhuowen hurriedly drank the liquid in the jade bottle. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate and comprehend. Tong Qimei also discovered the extraordinariness of this liquid. She also drank a mouthful. Her entire body was in high spirits. Naturally, she would not let go of such an opportunity to comprehend, so she also sat cross-legged on the ground. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Zhuowen and Tong Qimei spent most of their time in a state of cultivation. Every time Zhuowen and Tong Qimei woke up from their cultivation state, the first thing they did was to scoop up a mouthful of liquid from the small pool. Then, they would continue to enter a state of comprehension and cultivate. In these 20 years, the two of them had almost exhausted the liquid in the small pool. Speaking of which, the liquid in this small pool had the same effect as the fire spirit juice. They could both enhance a cultivator's comprehension ability. However, the liquid in this small pool had a much higher effect on the increase of comprehension ability in time than the fire spirit juice. On this day, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He saw an extremely terrifying storm rise from Zhuowen's body. This storm was not invisible and colorless. Instead, it was purple. It looked mysterious and strange. Tong Qimei slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuowen, who was in the purple storm, in astonishment. The purple storm gave her a very mysterious feeling. She had never seen or heard of this power before. In the Brahma region, it was the first time she had seen such a strange power. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the purple storm, stood against the wind. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. The purple storm suddenly stopped, and countless strands of purple energy gathered in Zhuo Wen's palm, turning into a purple longsword. Sixth level Dao Insight. Zhuo Wen stared at the purple sword in his hand, and his eyes revealed a joyful expression. After 20 years of sitting cross-legged and with the assistance of the mysterious liquid in the small pool, Zhuo Wen had finally raised his Dao Insight to the 6th level. The energy of the purple intent was dense to the point it could manifest a purple sword. The next step of the 6th level Dao Insight was the 7th level Dao Insight. The purple intent would completely materialize and transform into purple chi. The 8th level Dao Insight was purple chi turning into purple mist. The 9th level Dao Insight was purple rain under the purple mist. At that time, Zhuo Wen had forcefully comprehended a trace of 9th level Dao Insight with the assistance of the Sky Dao Insight. Even though it was only a trace, Zhuo Wen was able to notice that the strength of the 9th level Dao Insight had absolutely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that there should be an even more mysterious power above the 9th level Dao Insight. Could it be that the heaven-crushing origin that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor mentioned is above the 9th level Dao Intent? Zhuo Wen muttered to himself. Back then, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor had said that the 8 heavens all had heaven breaker source. Among them, the heaven breaker source in the Huaxia heavenly domain was purple chi from the east. If the heaven breaker source above the 9th level Dao Insight was purple chi from the east, it meant that once Tai Ching broke through to the 9th level Dao Insight, he would probably be able to touch the heaven breaker source of the Huaxia heavenly domain. At that time, Tai Ching's strength would be even more terrifying. Although Tai Ching was Zhuo Wen's master in name, ever since he was used by Tai Ching, Zhuo Wen no longer had a good impression of him. Of course, Tai Ching still kept his promise. After all, the 5 void heaven divine abilities that he had given him back then were all extraordinary. They should be the best of the best. Whoosh! Zhuo Wen waved his right hand, and the purple intent blasted forward like a violent storm. The surrounding space collapsed and shattered, like glass being crushed by the pressure. What a mysterious power! Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. She stared unblinkingly at Zhuo Wen, who was waving his sword and shattering space. She could feel the power of the purple chi. Zhuo Wen came back to his senses. The purple sword in his hand turned back into the purple chi and slowly dissipated. Miss Tong, how much time do we have before we leave the trial grounds? Zhuo Wen turned to look at Tong Chimei and asked. Tong Chimei nodded and said, 5 years. Speaking up to this point, Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuo Wen. She really wanted to ask Zhuo Wen what the purple energy he had used just now was, but thinking that it might be a secret, she resisted the urge to ask. 5 years. Zhuo Wen nodded and immediately took out the Void Ascension pill Tong Chimei gave him. He said in a low voice, 5 years should be enough to raise my cultivation level to the virtual sky world by relying on the Void Ascension pill. Right? 5 years should be enough. The Void Ascension pill usually takes about 3 years to show its effect. If you can't ascend to the Void Realm in 3 years, then even if you spend 5 years, it's still impossible to advance to the virtual sky world, Tong Chimei said. Got it. After saying that, Zhuo Wen sat cross-legged on the other side of the platform and started to refine the Void Ascension pill. Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuo Wen and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The pressure at the top of the stairway to heaven had a great effect on tempering her soul. She didn't want to waste this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Zhuo Wen's aura grew stronger every year. By the 3rd year, his aura had become terrifyingly strong. Is he going to break through? Tong Chimei looked at Zhuo Wen, whose aura had expanded to the extreme, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge illusory heavenly bridge burst out of Zhuo Wen's body. Then, the illusory heavenly bridge began to collapse. The surging energy was like countless rainbows that poured into Zhuo Wen's body. This void bridge naturally didn't belong to Zhuo Wen. Instead, It belonged to the void heaven almighty who had perished in the scorched cloud domain. At this moment, Zhuowen had reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. He immediately took out the void bridge. He couldn't afford the slightest bit of carelessness. This breakthrough had to be completed in one go. The energy of the void bridge surged into Zhuowen's body, causing the speed of Zhuowen's aura to rise to the extreme. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of his body. Then, waves of energy gushed out from the depths of Zhuowen's body. In the void behind him, an incomparably huge void bridge that seemed to stretch across the heavens and the earth formed. This void bridge was much larger than the void bridge of an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the surface of this void bridge was shrouded in layers of strange purple light. It looked mysterious and leisurely. What a powerful void bridge! Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. In the cherry blossom forest below the stairway to heaven, Lian Zhe and Liang Dan raised their heads and stared at the huge purple void bridge that stretched across the heavens and the earth in shock. Chapter 2030. Advance to the Void Sky Realm. Someone has advanced to the Void Sky Realm. It's that new disciple that just entered the 18th level. Lian Zhe spoke with surprise. This person really isn't simple. He just entered the Void Sky Realm. Yet the Void Sky Bridge he condensed is already so terrifying. This is absolutely the most formidable Void Sky Bridge I've ever seen. Liang Dan's gaze was filled with a complicated expression. No matter how they denied it in their hearts, they were unable to deny that the new disciple that entered the 18th level was formidable indeed. Perhaps that new disciple's cultivation was inferior to theirs, and his combat strength in the outside world might not be comparable to theirs, but they knew that this kid's potential and soul far surpassed theirs. With this kid's natural talent, attaining the fourth step of the Void Sky Realm was only a matter of time. His display was already so terrifying before entering the Void Sky Realm. So once his cultivation was on par with theirs, his strength would absolutely far surpass them. This kid seems to be an independent cultivator. If we're able to recruit him into our Void Flush Peak, then it would absolutely be a great fortune for our Void Flush Peak. I must report this matter to the Peak Master after we leave this place. Liang Dan pondered in his heart. It wasn't just Liang Dan. Even Lian Zhe was secretly scheming in his heart. The purpose of the interstellar competition was to select elite geniuses. Since they'd encountered such a formidable genius this time, Lian Zhe naturally wouldn't let it go. At the end of the stairway, Zhuowen's gaze descended onto the Void Sky Bridge that was enveloped in violet light, and he revealed a strange expression. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the violet light, because wasn't it the energy of his Tao insight? What he'd never imagined was that the energy of his Tao insight would actually fuse into the Void Sky Bridge at the instant he condensed it. After all, this was the energy of a 6th level Tao insight. In other words, Zhuowen's Void Sky Bridge was an entire 6 times stronger than the Void Sky Bridge of an ordinary cultivator after being enhanced by the 6th level Tao insight. This was also the reason why Zhuowen's Void Sky Bridge was so enormous. In the end, it was mainly because of his Tao insight. After she put away the Void Sky Bridge, Tong Chimei arrived by Zhuowen's side. She sized up Zhuowen from top to bottom, as if she intended to see through Zhuowen. "Miss Tong, could it be that there's something on my face?" Even though Zhuowen didn't have any improper thoughts towards Tong Chimei, he still felt slightly embarrassed in his heart when he was carefully sized up by such a cold and beautiful woman like this. Tong Chimei retracted her gaze and shook her head. "Nothing. I just feel that you are very mysterious. Or rather, I feel that the power you possess is very mysterious. Your cultivation is clearly not high, but your soul is actually so powerful. You're definitely the first person I've seen in my life." Zhuowen rubbed his head. Ever since he had taken over Devour's body, Zhuowen's soul had indeed become much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, the celestial star meditation diagram that Zhuowen cultivated was definitely not an ordinary divine power. He suspected that this divine power was a top-notch divine power, even in the Huaxia heavenly region. Miss Tong, after we're teleported out this time, can you not tell anyone about me? I don't want to attract too much attention, Zhuowen said solemnly. Zhuowen had a lot of enemies. Lei Qi alone might not let him go. If he became the center of attention, he would naturally be noticed by Lei Qi. At that time, with Lei Qi's character, she would definitely take action against him. At that time, Zhuowen did not have any backing. Exposing himself would be courting death. Tong Qimei sized up Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Although she was doubtful of Zhuowen's current choice, she could only nod and say, "Don't worry. Since you don't want to attract attention, I won't tell anyone about you. However, I'm afraid that Lian Zhe and Liang Dan, it doesn't matter if the two of them don't know my name. I can just change my appearance," Zhuowen said with a smile. 2 years later, in a triangular plaza at the center of the 3 pillars around the Tower of Hanoi, countless cultivators were excitedly staring at the screen of light displayed on the Tower of Hanoi. On the screen, specks of light were surging. Most people's gazes were focused on the specks of light above the 15th floor, while the 4 specks of light on the 18th floor were the focus of everyone's attention. Many cultivators had already guessed that 3 of the 4 specks of light were Tong Qimei of the Half Moon Hall, Lian Zhe of the Cosmos sect, and Liang Dan of the Void sect. As for the 4th speck of light, it was the most controversial one. It was also the one that everyone guessed the most. However, no matter how much they guessed, they could not reach a consensus. Everyone simply wanted to see who would be the 4th speck of light on the 18th floor after being transported out. Swish, 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 swish. Pillars of light appeared at the front of the plaza. Within the pillars of light, cultivators with confused expressions appeared one after another. These cultivators were all participants who had been transported out from the trial grounds. From the screen of light above the Tower of Hanoi, it could be seen that the first cultivators to be transported out were all participants from the 1st floor of the trial grounds. Many forces in the plaza did not even spare a glance at these participants who could only stay on the 1st floor of the trial grounds. They knew very well that most of the participants who could only make it to the 1st floor had limited potential. It was impossible for them to recruit such cultivators into their sections. Next, it was the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, all the way until the participants from the 5th floor appeared on the plaza. Finally, there were forces in the plaza that extended their hands to recruit the cultivators they fancied and took them away. As for the disciples who originally belonged to forces in the star field, they all returned to their respective teams and helped their teams recruit cultivators with good potential that they encountered in the trial grounds. The forces of the 10 great sects were also included in this list. However, until now, the 10 great sects had not begun recruiting cultivators. It was obvious that the participants from the 5th floor were not worthy of their attention. When the participants from the 8th floor were transported out, the cultivators of the 10 great sects finally began to select the participants they fancied. Of course, the 10 great sects were picky. Even at the 8th floor, the 10 great sects did not select many cultivators. When it was the 10th floor's turn, the 10 great sects cultivators were all shocked. Those who were familiar with the trial grounds knew that the 10th floor was the watershed of the trial grounds. Those who could enter the 10th floor were the cream of the crop in terms of talent and potential. Moreover, on the 10th floor, there were many genius cultivators who had originally made it to the 10th floor and above, but were transported back to the 10th floor due to various dangers. Sect Master. After the pillars of light from the 10th floor faded, Mo Fan brought Yun Chiyu to Mo Ji. Greetings, Sect Master. Mo Fan cupped his hands and greeted Mo Ji. Mo Ji nodded and asked, "Fan, you don't have to be so polite. By the way, where's your junior sister?" "Junior sister should be above the 15th floor. I'm not too sure which floor she's on," Mo Fan said meticulously. Mo Ji nodded, but his gaze fell on Yun Chiyu, whose face was covered by a veil. He said, "Fan, who is this girl? Her talent and potential can't be too bad if she can enter the 10th floor." Yun Chiyu's progress was very fast. She had already condensed an illusory sky bridge and officially become a void sky cultivator. Of course, Yin Shiyu's rapid progress was related to the disaster crystal cores that Zhuowen had given her when he left the 10th floor. Void Sky cultivators were the core members of every sect. Moreover, Yin Shiyu looked so young. If they could recruit her to their heavenly demon island, it would definitely be a great blessing for MOG. Sectmaster, her name is Yin Shiyu. She's a friend of mine. She asked me to take care of her for the time being. Mo Fan said in a deep voice. Emoji nodded and looked at Yin Shiyu with a smile. Miss Yin, are you willing to join my heavenly demon island? Don't worry, if you join my heavenly demon island, I won't mistreat you. I'll immediately make you a core disciple of my heavenly demon island. What do you think? Yin Shiyu was delighted. She had participated in the galactic tournament so that she could join one of the great forces in the star field. The 10 great sects were the top forces in the star field. Now that Emoji had invited her, how could she refuse? However, just as Yin Shiyu was about to speak, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out and interrupted the words she was about to say. Sectmaster Emo, this girl is somewhat related to me. I hope that you can part with her and give her to me. Lei Qi led a group of people and looked coldly at Yin Shiyu. The moment Yin Shiyu appeared, Lei Qi had already noticed her. However, there were too many people at that time, and Mo Fan was by her side, so Lei Qi did not make a move. Now that Mo Fan had brought Yin Shiyu to MOG, he knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to take Yin Shiyu down. Yin Shiyu's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Lei Qi, and her gaze revealed a monstrous hatred. Emoji frowned slightly and looked at the aggressive Lei Qi with some displeasure. Lei Qi, even you Yue doesn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. What right do you have to speak to me like this? I'll forgive you for speaking rudely this time. Get lost. Lei Qi's expression froze, and his gaze turned cold. He took out a token and said, Sect Master Mo, this is the Great Brahma Palace's law enforcement token. I have the authority to take away suspicious people. Are you going to defy the Great Brahma Palace? Moji's pupil shrank. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered the rumors about Lei Qi. It was said that Lei Qi was the illegitimate son of the Great Brahma Palace's enforcer Lei. As the Great Brahma Palace hated people who were arrogant, extravagant, and promiscuous, Enforcer Lei sent Lei Qi out of the Middle Universe in order to cover up his actions and handed him over to Yu Yue of the Dark Mirage sect to watch over. Emoji had always thought that this was just a rumor, but now it seemed that this rumor was true. Recalling how Yu Yue had indulged Lei Qi all these years, Emoji knew that this rumor was most likely true. Chapter 2031. Leaving the trial grounds, Mo Fan's expression changed slightly, clearly thinking of something. His eyes flickered as he stood in front of Yin Shiyu and said in a deep voice, Senior Lei Qi, Miss Yin is already a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bring so many people here to capture her? Emoji looked at Mo Fan and wanted to say something, but he paused and did not speak in the end. Lei Qi's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Mo Fan and then at Emoji. Sectmaster Mo, is this what you mean? Do you want to defy the law enforcement token? Emoji's gaze was cold as he said, Yin Shiyu is indeed a disciple of our heavenly demon island now. Since she's a disciple of our heavenly demon island, even if you have the law enforcement token, you have no right to take away a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Lei Qi's expression was ugly. He knew that it was impossible for him to take Yin Shiyu away now. So he looked at her coldly and said, Which level is Zhuowen on? Yin Shiyu looked at Lei Qi mockingly and said, Why should I tell you? Lei Qi was furious. He looked deeply at Yin Shiyu, then left with a group of people. Although he had the law enforcement token and had no problem capturing the loose cultivators in the square without any background, Heavenly Demon Island was still one of the 10 great sects. Even if he had the law enforcement token, it would be very difficult for him to take away a disciple of Heavenly Demon Island. Thank you, Sect Master. Mo Fan turned around and cupped his fists at Emoji. Emoji looked deeply at Mo Fan and sighed softly. Are you still only willing to call me Sect Master? Mo Fan's eyes flickered. He knew that Mo had only protected Yin Chuyu because of him. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Father." Emoji laughed and said, "You've finally spoken. Also, this lady is not bad. You have to treat her well." As he spoke, Emoji looked meaningfully at Emoji. Clearly, he thought that Mo Fan was protecting Yin Chuyu because he was interested in her. Although Yin Chuyu's face was covered by a veil, Emoji's eyes were more unique than the average person's. He could tell that Yin Chuyu was definitely not ordinary and was a good match for Mo Fan. On the other hand, Mo Fan felt somewhat awkward. The reason why he had protected Yin Chuyu was mainly because of Zhuan's request. Of course, after interacting with Yin Chuyu for so many years, a sliver of affection had indeed risen in his heart. However, Mo Fan could also see that Yin Chuyu did not have any romantic feelings for him. Instead, she had an unusual attitude and feelings for Zhuan. Yin Chuyu did not take Mo's words to heart. After bowing to Mo Fan and Mo, her beautiful eyes fell on the Tower of Hanno. She was somewhat worried about Zhuan. She knew very well that Lei Qi's main target was Zhuan. If Zhuan appeared, Lei Qi would definitely make a move immediately. At that time, Zhuan would be in danger. At this moment, the cultivators from the 13th level were also teleported out. These cultivators who were teleported out were being fought over by the various major powers. Next up are the 14th, 15th, and 16th levels. Most of the contestants on these levels were geniuses from the 10 great sections. There were very few loose cultivators, although many powers extended olive branches to them. Unfortunately, they received very little in return. The contestants on the 17th level were basically all elite disciples from the 10 great sections. Therefore, when the contestants from the 17th level were teleported out, almost no powers extended invitations to them. This was because these powers all knew the cultivators who were teleported out. They were all high-level disciples from the 10 great sections. Yushan was also among the dozen or so cultivators on the 17th level. She looked around and found Heavenly Demon Island. She walked straight over. Yushan, not bad. You were able to enter the 17th level of the trial grounds. You really did not let down Heavenly Demon Island's nurturing of you. Emoji laughed heartily as he went up to welcome her. Yushan hurriedly clasped her fists and said, "Sect Master, you flatter me. I was just lucky. If it weren't for Senior Brother Zhua, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in Devilfall Valley." Senior Brother Zhua? Who is he? Could it be that the map of Devilfall Valley you obtained is wrong? Emoji frowned slightly. He was the one who obtained the map of Devilfall Valley and gave it to Yushan. He originally thought that Yushan could rely on the map to obtain many good things in Devilfall Valley. Now, it seemed that there was a problem with the map. There's indeed a problem with the map. It's a fake map deliberately released by the Demonic Pearl sect. Yushan told him everything that happened in Devilfall Valley, including Zhuan's matter. Emoji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said in a low voice, "How dare the Demonic Pearl sect try to trick Heavenly Demon Island? How hateful! By the way, where is Zhuan? I heard from Fan, that Zhuan seemed to have saved him before. Now that he's saved you, Heavenly Demon Island owes him a lot." Yushan shook her head and said, "When I was teleported out by the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor, I waited outside Devilfall Valley for a long time. However, Senior Brother Zhua did not come out, so I left Devilfall Valley and entered Skysplit Tower. As for what happened to Senior Brother Zhua, I don't know." Emoji frowned slightly and said, "The heaven-devouring Demon Emperor is not simple. I don't believe that this demon would be so kind as to teach Zhuan to cultivate the heaven-devouring demon book. There must be a conspiracy behind it." Yushan frowned and said hesitantly, "Sect Master, do you mean that the heaven-devouring demon emperor wants to possess Senior Brother Zhua?" Just as Emoji was about to speak, Yin Qiu suddenly said, "That's impossible. Nothing will happen to Brother Zhua." Mo Fan smiled bitterly and said, "There are still cultivators on the 18th level of the trial ground that have not been announced. Could brother Zhuo be on the 18th level? Yushan said in a deep voice, "It's possible. Although senior brother Zhuo's cultivation is not high, his spirit is definitely the most powerful I have ever seen. He should have a chance to enter the 18th level." Mo Ji's eyes flashed. From Yushan's words, he knew that Zhuoan should be a loose cultivator. Those who were able to ascend to the 18th level were all outstanding geniuses. If he could recruit Zhuo 1 into the Heavenly Devil Island, it would probably bring endless benefits to the Heavenly Devil Island. Yes, Brother Zhuo must have entered the 18th level. Aren't there 4 people on the 18th level? The 4th person must be Brother Zhuo, Yin Qiu said hopefully. Suddenly, the entire square became restless, and an uproar erupted out of nowhere. Look, the 4 light spots on the 18th level are about to be teleported out. Let's see who these 4 people are. An excited voice suddenly rang out, and the plaza immediately quieted down. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the empty space in front of the Tower of Hanoi. Everyone wanted to see just who was the cultivator who had entered the 18th floor of the trial grounds. Swoosh! A pillar of light pierced through the sky and appeared in the open space. Afterwards, a slender figure appeared before everyone. This person wore embroidered robes. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had a valiant bearing. He was extremely handsome, causing many of the female cultivators present to blush and their hearts to beat faster. As expected, it's the peerless genius of the cosmic sect, Lin Zhe. Everyone revealed expressions of understanding. Lin Zhe, come over to Master's side. An old man with a long goatee laughed heartily as he waved his hand at Lin Zhe. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. This old man was the cosmic sect's master, Chen Yongzhang. Lin Zhe hurriedly arrived by Chen Yongzhang's side. Not long after he arrived, another huge pillar of light appeared nearby, revealing a cultivator with slightly dark skin. He was Liang Dan of the Void Flush Peak. Liang Dan, come back. A dark-faced cultivator in the group from the Void Flush Peak spoke to Liang Dan with a solemn expression. This dark-faced cultivator was the sect master of the Void Flush Peak, Fu Feiping. He was extremely strict and temperamental. Even Liang Dan was slightly afraid of his master. Shrinking his neck, Liang Dan hurriedly walked over and stood upright beside Fu Feiping. Lin Zhe, do you know who the other 2 people on the 18th level are? Chen Yongzhang sent a voice transmission to Lin Zhe secretly. Lin Zhe replied hurriedly, Master, one of the other 2 people is Tong Qimei of the Half Moon Hall. As for the other person, Chen Yongzhang was not surprised after hearing about Tong Qimei. Tong Qimei was indeed a genius. Even though Chen Yongzhang did not want to admit it, it was indeed the truth. What about the other person? Which sect is he from? Chen Yongzhang asked. I've never seen this person before. He's definitely not a cultivator from the top 10 sections. Instead, he looks more like a rogue cultivator, Lin Zhe said hesitantly. Chen Yongzhang's expression froze as he looked at Lin Zhe strangely. A rogue cultivator? A mere rogue cultivator can enter the 18th level? Also, is the cultivation of this rogue cultivator stronger than both you and Liang Dan? Lin Zhe shook his head and said, No, this rogue cultivator's cultivation is not high. He's only a real god of 3 disasters. However, this guy's spirit is very powerful. He reached the end of the stairway to heaven. Chen Yongzhang's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. He said in disbelief, You're saying that rogue cultivator reached the end of the stairway to heaven? Chen Yongzhang was really surprised this time. He had naturally heard about the stairway to heaven on the 18th level of the trial ground, because there were 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence at the end of the stairway to heaven. Such a treasure was something that even a void heaven almighty like him would go crazy for. He knew that with Lin Zhe's cultivation and power, it was not possible for him to reach the end of the stairway to heaven. However, he had never expected that a rogue cultivator would actually reach the end of the stairway to heaven. Didn't that mean that the 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence at the end of the stairway to heaven were all obtained by the rogue cultivator? At the same time, on the other side, Fu Pengfei and Liang Dan were also silently communicating with each other. Fu Pengfei's expression was not much better than Qin Yongzhang's. He was even more surprised and even trembled with excitement. We can't tell this to anyone else. If the heavenly domain star essence is really obtained by the rogue cultivator, then we still have a chance. It's much better than Tong Chimei getting it. Chapter 2032. Heavenly Treasure. It's time for us to go. At the end of the heaven stairway, Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen and said softly, "You go first, I'll catch up later." Zhuowen sat cross-legged and said in a deep voice. Tong Chimei did not refuse. She stood up and stepped out. A teleportation force wrapped around her and took her away. After Tong Chimei left, Zhuowen stood up and looked up at the teleportation vortex that had appeared in the sky. Then he punched the small pool in the middle of the platform that had dried up. The bottom of the pool was made of white porcelain. Zhuowen smashed it with a punch. The reason why he suddenly smashed the bottom of the pool was that when he took the 10 drops of heavenly starry sky essence, his divine sense found that the bottom of the pool was hollow. In other words, the lotus growing in the middle of the pool was just a cover. However, because Tong Chimei had been here, Zhuowen was embarrassed to destroy the pool in front of Tong Chimei, so he did not do it. Now that Tong Chimei had left, he immediately smashed the pool. He wanted to see what was under the pool. The collapse of the pool had caused a 3-meter-wide hole to appear at the bottom. When Zhuowen's consciousness entered the hole, he was completely stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was a small pool in the hollow. The pool was not big, only about 1.5 feet in size. However, it was filled with heavenly domain star essence. If it was calculated by drops, there were 1,000,000 drops of heavenly starry sky essence in the pool, which was an extremely terrifying number. A drop of heavenly starry sky essence could allow a cultivator to recover to his peak in an instant, and 1,000,000 drops could be used 1,000,000 times. It could be said that the value of the heavenly starry sky essence in the pool was immeasurable. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the teleportation vortex in the sky became intense, enveloping Zhuowen's entire body. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about the terrifying teleportation vortex at all. His enormous divine sense blasted out in an attempt to resist the teleportation vortex. Unfortunately, the teleportation vortex was like the might of heaven. Although Zhuowen's spiritual sense was powerful compared to the teleportation vortex, it really paled in comparison. Break! Zhuowen did not hesitate to destroy the 100 divine soul star systems in his spiritual space. His spiritual sense instantly increased by nearly 100 times, which actually caused the teleportation whirlpool to stagnate. Of course, this stagnation only lasted for an instant as the teleportation vortex continued to envelop Zhuowen. Zhuowen once again shattered 180 divine soul galaxies. His spiritual consciousness strengthened once again, and his divine soul felt a sharp pain that shocked even him. He instantly swallowed a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence. The moment his spiritual consciousness blocked the teleportation vortex, he jumped into the hole. The heavenly domain starry sky essence is indeed worthy of being called heavenly domain starry sky essence. I broke 280 divine soul galaxies, but they all recovered the moment I took it. Even my own state has been raised to the peak. The moment he jumped into the hole, Zhuowen thought about the powerful effect of the heavenly domain starry sky essence. However, the moment the teleportation vortex destroyed Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness, it also drilled into the hole. Obviously, this teleportation vortex would not stop until it had completely teleported Zhuowen away. Zhuowen's eyes showed a dignified look. He once again shattered 280 divine soul galaxies, and a huge amount of divine sense emerged to block the teleportation vortex. In this way, Zhuowen continued to shatter divine soul galaxies, while constantly swallowing heavenly domain starry sky essence. The two seemed to have found a balance. When Zhuan completely landed on the edge of the pool, the 9 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on Zhuan's body had been completely used up. At the same time, the teleportation vortex seemed to have stopped because of this. It shrank back and no longer entangled Zhuan. Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that if it were not for the 9 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on him, he would have been teleported out by now. With so many heavenly domain starry sky essence, it seems that I'm going to be rich. Zhuan looked at the 5-foot-wide pool in front of him with blazing eyes and quickly took out empty barrels from his spirit ring. These empty barrels were originally used to store the fire spirit juice. Later, he directly dug up the fire spirit juice, so these empty barrels were left aside by Zhuan. He did not expect that they would come in handy now. Of course, Zhuan did not think of digging up the pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence directly. But after discovering the hard tiles around the pool, Zhuan knew that with his current strength, he could not dig up the surrounding tiles. Zhuan filled dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry sky essence, and the pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence had completely dried up. After putting away the dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry sky essence, Zhuan's heart thumped wildly and could not calm down for a long time. With so many heavenly domain starry sky essence, once taken out, countless void sky cultivators would go crazy. Perhaps even the ancestors of the top 10 sects would shamelessly compete with Zhuan for it. There's actually a staircase in front. Zhuan's eyes suddenly fell on the front. There was an invisible staircase in front of the pool. This staircase led down from here to the bottom of the Tower of Hanno. Walking to the entrance of the staircase, Zhuan saw a huge triangular square. Around the square, there were 3 huge jade pillars. One of the jade pillars from bottom to top had a row of discs, and the higher it went, the smaller the discs were. Until the 64th disc, the jade pillar looked like a triangular tower. Zhuan even saw Tong Chimei appear on the square from a light pillar. It seems that this should be the exit of the trial ground. Could this invisible staircase be the hidden exit of the Heaven's Staircase? Zhuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He found that this staircase led down into the crowd of people in the square. If Zhuan quietly went down the stairs, he could completely blend into the crowd without making a sound. Zhuan did not want to attract too much attention, and this staircase seemed to be specially prepared for him. Thinking of this, Zhuan slowly walked down the staircase and then quietly blended into the crowd, as if he had become an ordinary cultivator in the square. Of course, the moment he blended into the crowd, Zhuan's appearance completely changed, and even his aura changed a lot. It really is Tong Chimei. Zhuan, who was mixed in the crowd, immediately heard the uproar around him. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Tong Chimei, who had just appeared. As for the ordinary cultivator who had silently appeared in the crowd, why would they pay attention to him? After Tong Chimei appeared, she was called to the side of the Half-Moon Hall's palace master, Waning Moon. Chimei, you reached the end of the Heaven Staircase? Waning Moon smiled. Tong Chimei nodded and said, Master, Chimei has indeed reached the end of the Heaven Staircase. Waning Moon's expression became even more amiable as she said, Is there heavenly domain, starry sky essence at the end of the Heaven Staircase? Tong Chimei quietly handed the jade bottle to Elder Waning Moon and told her everything that had happened on the stairway to heaven. Waning Moon's face was filled with shock. Her phoenix eyes couldn't help but fall on a last light spot on the light screen in front of the Tower of Hanno. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is this person really a rogue cultivator? Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. No, our Half-Moon Hall can't let such a genius go. Waning Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Tong Chimei's expression was difficult. She softly said, Master, I promised Senior Brother Zhua that I wouldn't go out and spread rumors. Moreover, he also said that he doesn't want to join any large factions, so Waning Moon waved her hand and said, Don't worry. Since this child has helped you, I won't harm him. I just want to talk to him again. If he still refuses, I won't force him. As for what you said about Zhuowen not attracting attention, I'm afraid you're completely wrong. Look around. Tong Chimei looked around. She found that the attention of the entire square had already shifted from her to the last light spot on the light screen. Tong Chimei's pretty face turned slightly pale. She knew that once Zhuowen was sent out, he wouldn't be able to escape from these factions. It was even possible that some factions would covet Zhuowen's heavenly starry sky essence. At that time, Zhuowen would really be in danger. Master, if senior brother Zhuo is sent out, please help him, Tong Chimei hurriedly said. Waning Moon fell silent. She looked deeply at Tong Chimei and said, Chimei, this is the first time you've shown such concern for a strange man, right? Tong Chimei's pretty face turned red. She hurriedly said, Master, don't misunderstand. Senior brother Zhuo has helped me a lot. He even gave me a drop of heavenly starry sky essence. You taught me before that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I dare not forget this. Waning Moon nodded and sighed. If Zhuowen is really in danger, I promise you that I'll help him once. Thank you, Master. Tong Chimei smiled. At this moment, unlike the hope and anticipation of many cultivators, the sect master of the demonic pearl sect, Yang Muchio, had a gloomy expression. This was because the number one genius of the demonic pearl sect, Wei Shuo, still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had fallen in the trial ground? Moreover, the number of disciples from the demonic pearl sect who had come out this time was pitifully small. Most of them were inner disciples with mediocre strength. As for the core disciples led by Lu Guang, they were all gone. This gave Yang Muchio a bad premonition. Sect Master, could it be that senior brother Wei Shuo is the fourth light spot to enter the 18th floor? That light spot hasn't appeared yet? A disciple beside Yang Muchio asked cautiously. Chapter 2033. The second round. Why hasn't the last light spot appeared yet? After waiting for a while, all the cultivators in the square realized that something was wrong. The last light spot on the light screen was still on the light screen, showing no signs of being teleported out. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light screen floating on the surface of the Tower of Hanoi turned completely dark, causing an uproar among the cultivators. Everyone, the trial ground has completely ended. At the top of the Tower of Hanoi, the red-nosed old man was standing there, looking down at the crowd in the square. Envoy Bai, something's wrong. There was clearly one more light spot. How did it end? Who was the last light spot? Someone in the crowd immediately questioned. Of course, this was also the question in everyone's heart. The red-nosed old man coughed dryly and said, Lord Brahma sent me a voice transmission. The last person has already come out. It's just that no one noticed it. What? How is that possible? We've been watching the light screen. How could anyone be teleported out? The square was once again in an uproar. Many cultivators were in disbelief. They didn't see anyone being teleported out. How did the last person come out? Chimei, what's going on? Elder Waning Moon looked at Tong Chimei and asked. Tong Chimei frowned slightly and shook her head. Master, I'm not sure about this either. Qin Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei, who were in the Qinquan sect and the Void Cleansing Peaks teams, also had uncertain expressions on their faces. Originally, they had planned to find that rogue cultivator and find a way to obtain the heavenly domain's starry sky essence from him. Now, their plans have fallen through. In the square, many cultivators who were scheming against him also looked disappointed. Zhuowen mixed in with the crowd and coldly looked at the disappointed people around him. He was sure that many cultivators here knew that the heavenly domain's starry essence was on the 18th level of the trial ground stairway to heaven. Zhuowen was just a rogue cultivator without any background. If he walked out openly, he would probably be coveted by countless people. At that time, Zhuowen, would really be unable to escape. The one who had benefited the most from this trial was undoubtedly Zhuowen. Furthermore, he had obtained the teleportation token as well. He also knew that the trial grounds were only the first round of the interstellar tournament. There should be a few more rounds, but he didn't want to stay here any longer. Although his strength had increased very quickly in the trial grounds, he was still too weak compared to the true powerhouses of this star field. Right now, he only wanted to go to waning Inyang Wanke as soon as possible and find the sun and moon grass to save Mooch and Shui. He did not want to think about anything else. Little guy, where do you plan to go? After taking so much heavenly domain starry sky essence, you want to just walk away like this? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen was shocked. He was actually unable to determine the location of the owner of the voice. It could be seen that the owner of the voice was much stronger than him. Little fellow, have you forgotten me so quickly? When we were in Dongyu, I was the one who led your group of contestants into the trial grounds. The voice in his mind sounded again. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the rosy-nosed old man at the top of the Tower of Hanno. He knew that the person who had transmitted the voice to him just now was Envoy Bai. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said, Envoy Bai, contestants should have the right to forfeit, right? Can't I just forfeit? Envoy Bai chuckled and said, You can forfeit in the interstellar tournament, but you can't. You took so much heavenly domain starry sky essence. Do you want to just walk away like this? Zhuowen's body stiffened. He stared gloomily at Envoy Bai and said in a deep voice, Are you spying on me? Envoy White didn't care and continued, The reward of the stairway to heaven is 10 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence. The pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence below is not a reward. It belongs to Lord Brahma. Do you think Lord Brahma doesn't know that you touched Lord Brahma's things? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He recalled that the moment he entered the pool, the teleportation vortex had disappeared and an invisible staircase had appeared. Lord Brahma had probably arranged this, hadn't he? But why didn't he stop Zhuowen from taking the heavenly domain starry sky essence? Why do you want me to continue participating in the interstellar tournament? Zhuowen asked calmly. Envoy Bai smiled and said, Yes, this is also Lord Brahma's intention. As for the reason, it's because Lord Brahma thinks that you are very special. Perhaps you can solve the problem of the Tower of Hanno, so he wants you to try. The problem of the Tower of Hanno? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. You will encounter the problem of the Tower of Hanno in the 3rd round. In this round, Lord Brahma will also choose the genius he recognizes. Only by solving the problem of the Tower of Hanno will you be recognized and enter the Tower of Hanno, Envoy Bai said. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and agreed. He knew that since Envoy Bai had already said so, it was impossible for him to leave this place. If he did not listen to Envoy Bai's advice, Envoy Bai would probably be the first to capture him. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Envoy Bai's lips curled into a smile. Then, he began to answer the questions of the other cultivators in the square. Although many cultivators were very confused about the last dot of light, Envoy Bai brought up Lord Brahma in the end, which shocked many cultivators in the square. Brother Zhua, Yin Chiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Her delicate body trembled, and her voice was sobbing. Aside from the last dot of light, all the other dots of light had appeared in the square. However, she did not see Zhuowen. Although Yin Chiyu did not want to admit it, she knew that Zhuowen had most likely fallen. Mo Fan's eyes revealed a sigh. He patted Yin Chiyu's shoulder and said, Miss Yin, you don't have to be too sad. Yushan furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, Could the last dot of light be Senior Brother Zhua? Emoji shook his head and said, It shouldn't be. If it was, Zhuowen would recognize you and come out to meet you. However, he hasn't. I think that Zhuowen might really be. On the other side, Lei Qi's gaze was gloomy. He also did not see Zhuowen come out. He also guessed that Zhuowen might have fallen in the trial grounds. Lei Qi did not care about Zhuowen's life or death. The only thing he cared about was the extreme Dao fire sword on Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen had fallen in the trial grounds, which meant that the extreme Dao fire sword had also fallen in the trial grounds. This little bastard really had the misfortune of dying in the trial grounds. Lei Qi's heart was filled with resentment, but his gaze fell coldly on Yin Qiyu, who was not far away. Since Zhuo Wen was dead, Yin Qiyu would have to bear the brunt of his anger. However, Yin Qiyu was currently under the protection of Heavenly Demon Island's emoji, so he could not make a move. However, Lei Chi was not worried. His father was a guardian of Great Brahma Heavenly Palace. Although his strength was on par with Moji's, his authority was not small. It would not be difficult for him to do something to distract Moji. I'll make my move after the galactic tournament is over. That bitching Bingyun is already stubborn enough. I just don't know if her niece is as stubborn as her. Lei Chi grinned. His smile was full of malice. Zhuowen, who was hidden in the crowd, naturally noticed the cold smile on Lei Chi's face. Murderous intent surged in his heart. However, he also knew that his strength had increased a lot, but it was still difficult for him to face Lei Chi. However, he didn't need to be forced into a corner like a stray dog like before. This galactic tournament has a total of 3 rounds. The first round is the trial grounds, and the second round is the arena challenges. As he spoke, Envoy leaped up and landed in the center of the square. An invisible wave of air spread out from his body, and the surrounding cultivators all retreated under the influence of the wave of air. Suddenly, an empty space of 1,000 feet appeared in the center of the square. Envoy took out a jade token from his spirit ring and pressed it on the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light swept out, and a huge jade-colored arena rose from the empty space. White Envoy stood on the stage and continued with a calm gaze. The rules for this round of the arena challenges are very simple. Everyone can go up on the stage and accept the challenges. Furthermore, everyone has an initial point. 1 point for every victory and 1 point for every defeat. If the points on your body reach 0, you will be eliminated. Also, if someone initiates a challenge and the other person doesn't agree, the person who doesn't agree will have 1 point deducted. Of course, the winner of the arena can take a break and continue the battle. This is the winner's privilege. In the end, the top 1,000 will be determined according to the number of points. Those who can't enter the top 1,000 will be eliminated. Zhuowen's gaze turned serious. The rules of the arena challenges seemed free, but in fact they were very cruel. Everyone had an initial point. In other words, those who lost the first battle would be eliminated immediately. Those who were timid and did not dare to accept the challenge would also be eliminated. If someone was not confident and did not enter the arena even once, they would only have 1 point. It was impossible for them to enter the top 1,000 and they would still be eliminated. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of contestants participating in this interstellar tournament. There were tens of thousands of contestants who had fallen and been eliminated in this trial ground. This was a terrifying number. If one did not fight hard and was stronger than others, they would only be eliminated. Let's begin. Envoy was too lazy to say anything more. Just as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by someone. Envoy frowned and looked at the demonic pearl sex team. Sect Master Yang, do you have any objections? Yang Muchio's face was gloomy. She said in a deep voice, Envoy our demonic pearl sex Wei Shua hasn't come out yet. I think with his strength, he should have a high chance of entering the 18th floor. Envoy immediately interrupted Yang Muchio and sneered, Sect Master Yang. Since your demonic pearl sex Wei Shua hasn't come out yet, it means that he has fallen in the trial ground. If you don't have anything else, then don't bother me. The battle begins now. Whoever wants to be the first arena master can choose to be the first to come up. Chapter 2034. Detection. This cultivator's cultivation base was not bad. He was a two-calamity true god. The moment this cultivator leaped into the arena, another cultivator below the arena followed closely behind. Then, the two cultivators began to fight. Below the arena, Yang Muchio's cold gaze landed on the Heavenly Devil Islands team, not far away. Then, she walked straight toward them. Yang Muchio's action immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators below the arena. The arena had just begun, and the two cultivators who went up were just unknown rogue cultivators. Therefore, the crowd was not very interested. Instead, Yang Muchio's action attracted the crowd's attention. Everyone knew about the past between Yang Muchio and Moji. The two of them were Tao companions back then. However, Yang Muchio used Moji to steal the Heavenly Devil Island's demonic book. Since then, the two demonic sects had completely fallen out. Mo Fan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This stinking woman still has the face to come here. She's really shameless." However, Mo Ji raised his hand and signaled for the people of Heavenly Devil Island to stop talking. He calmly went up to her. Yang Muchio looked coldly at Mo Ji and said, "Mo Ji, you should know where Wei Shuo is, right? Was he killed by the people of your Heavenly Devil Island using some underhanded tricks?" Yushan mocked. "I think you know better than us who was the one who used the scheme, right?" Thinking about how Wei Shuo had plotted against them, Yushan was very unhappy. Now, Yang Muchio actually had the face to question them. She was really shameless. Yang Muchio's beautiful eyes flickered. She stared coldly at Yushan and said, "It seems that Wei Shuo's death was caused by the people of Heavenly Devil Island." As she spoke, Yang Muchio's long hair fluttered. Waves of demonic energy with terrifying killing intent rose from her body. Yang Muchio's aura was too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators all backed away and looked at Yang Muchio in shock. "Yang Muchio, although I've seen your ability to not distinguish between right and wrong, I now realize that you don't even have a face." Emoji was not to be outdone. His terrifying demonic energy rose into the sky. It was not any weaker than Yang Muchio's. The confrontation between the two magnates of the two great sects was naturally extraordinary, and the atmosphere in the square became extremely stiff. However, not long after the two of them faced each other, a vast force swept over from the starry sky outside the square, instantly dispersing the terrifying aura that the two of them had condensed. Fighting is prohibited here. If the two of you wish to fight, feel free to do so after the interstellar tournament. A heavenly voice sounded, and then a golden light appeared in the sky above the square. Within the golden light was a golden praying mat. On the praying mat sat a giant with 4 heads. Although these 4 giants did not emit any aura, a trace of reverence and worship unconsciously rose in the hearts of the crowd. "It's Lord Brahma." After a moment of silence, the square burst into an uproar. All the cultivators revealed looks of awe. Great Brahma was the master of the Great Brahma domain, the ruler of the entire heaven domain. His strength was unfathomable, and even the ancestors of the 10 great sects who had lived for countless years were willing to listen to Great Brahma. It could be seen how terrifying and powerful Great Brahma was. Beside Great Brahma was a burly man in golden armor who was releasing golden lightning all over his body. This burly man in golden armor also had a terrifying aura. Clearly, this was not an easy task. Yang Muchio and Mo Ji hurriedly restrained their auras and bowed to Great Brahma, hurriedly acknowledging him. "Let the arena competition continue." Great Brahma said again as he gave Zhuowen, who was in the crowd, a meaningful look. When Zhuowen's gaze met Great Brahma's eyes, his scalp went numb and his mind exploded. He knew that although he had changed his appearance, Great Brahma should have recognized him. "It seems that I have to go up in this arena competition. If I lose and get eliminated like this, does that mean I don't need to participate in the 3rd round?" Zhuowen began to let his imagination run wild, but soon his gaze became serious. He knew that if he was eliminated, Great Brahma would definitely not let him off. Facing the ruler of the heaven domain, Zhuowen's heart was filled with helplessness. In fact, in the end, it was still because he was too weak. If he had the cultivation of the sect masters of the 10 great sects, Great Brahma would not dare to force him to stay so blatantly. As time passed, the competition in the arena became more and more intense. Currently, only the elite disciples of the 10 great sects could maintain a winning streak. Zhuowen even saw Yin Qiyu go up to compete and win more than 10 rounds. Later, she was blasted off by a powerful void sky cultivator. However, Yin Qiyu only lost 1 point, but she gained more than 10 points. This time, she won without a loss. The strongest were the strongest geniuses of the 10 great sects. Half Moon Hall's Tong Chimei, Heaven and Earth sects Lian Zhe, Void Flush Peaks Liang Dan, High Heaven sects Ling Zhua, Dark Illusion Sex Yu Tanjing, Qi Refinement Sword Sex Tang Chong, White Jade Houses Lu Bowen, and Flower Butterfly Valleys Mu Pandai. These 9 people had not lost a single battle so far. As long as they went up in the arena, no one could withstand a single move. Therefore, when the 9 of them went up, there were very few cultivators who challenged them. This also caused the 9 of them to not have as high a score as they expected. After all, the 9 of them were famous and powerful. There was almost no one present who could defeat the 9 of them. Therefore, although the 9 of them were powerful, their scores were not as high as they had expected. Moreover, most of the points of the 9 of them were obtained by challenging them by name. However, there was a limit to taking the initiative to challenge. They could only challenge 10 people at a time, and if they exceeded 10 people, they would have to wait for a period of time. When another cultivator was blasted off the stage, Zhuan jumped up and landed on the arena. It was not that Zhuan wanted to get points, but Envoy Bai was constantly hinting at him, so he had no choice but to go up. Zhuan's opponent was an extremely handsome young man. This young man's cultivation was also at the Void Sky stage, and he had not stepped onto the Void Sky bridge yet. Like Zhuan, he was a cultivator who had just condensed the Void Sky bridge not long ago. Seeing that Zhuan's cultivation was similar to his, the handsome young man's gaze became cautious. "Be careful," the handsome young man said, and took out a black gold longsword. His spiritual consciousness controlled the long sword, which turned into a stream of light and swept towards Zhuan. Zhuan wielded the glorious amethyst galaxy sword and casually slashed at the black gold longsword. The divine sense attached to the surface of a longsword was instantly severed, and the black gold longsword powerlessly fell to the ground. The handsome young man's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the moment his opponent's purple sword landed on his long sword, his spiritual consciousness would be injured. His soul even faintly hurt, and his head felt like it was about to split open. When the handsome young man felt that something was wrong, Zhuan had already swept in front of him. His right palm struck the handsome young man's chest, and the latter groaned and flew out of the arena. The handsome young man cupped his fists at Zhuan and left with a black gold longsword. He knew that Zhuan had already shown mercy. Although killing was not allowed in the arena, the bloodthirsty cultivators would still think of ways to seriously injure you, as long as you did not die. Although Zhuan easily defeated opponents of the same level and attracted the attention of many cultivators, that was all. After all, Zhuan's cultivation was not very high. If he was like the elite geniuses of the top 10 sects, perhaps he would have attracted more attention. Zhuan did not particularly care about other people's attention. As long as he was not eliminated, it was fine. Then, another cultivator came up to challenge Zhuan, but they were all defeated by Zhuan. Moreover, Zhuan did not perform too conspicuously. He just repelled the cultivators who came up to challenge him, giving others the illusion that this person was just like him. It was precisely because of this approach of Zhuan's, coupled with his lack of fame, that when he was in the arena, there was an endless stream of challengers. Soon, Zhuan reached 100 consecutive victories, and his score directly entered the top 100, which surprised many cultivators. What a lucky guy! A cold snort was heard. A cultivator in black jumped onto the arena with a long spear and looked at Zhuan with an unfriendly gaze. It's Han Luan of the Dark Fantasy sect. It seems that this person is in for a bad time. The moment the cultivator in black jumped onto the arena, there was an uproar below the arena. Han Luan's cultivation was not bad, reaching the first step virtual sky realm. However, Zhuan found that something was wrong. This was because Han Luan's eyes were filled with killing intent as soon as he came up, as if he had a deep hatred for him. Zhuan narrowed his eyes, and his attention fell on Lei Qi, who was not far away from the arena. At this moment, Lei Qi grinned at him, and her smile was full of mockery. Zhuan looked at the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his hand. He knew that Lei Qi should have recognized the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his hand. However, Zhuan did not care. Since he dared to take out the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, It meant that he was no longer afraid of Lei Qi. He had inquired about Lei Qi's cultivation. She should be around the 5th step virtual sky realm, and Zhuan's devoured doppelganger had reached the level of real god extreme thunder, whose power was not weaker than the 4th step virtual sky realm. In addition to his original body, if they really fought, Lei Qi might not be able to do anything to him. Brother Zhua, Yin Qiu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Of course, she had seen the glorious amethyst galaxy sword before. Only Zhuan had this sword. It's really Zhuan. He did not die in the training ground. However, how did he come out? Could it be? Yushan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked at Mo Fan, who was beside her, who also had a confused expression. An unbelievable thought rose in her mind. Zhuan could be the last light spot. Previously, Messenger Byte said that the last light spot had quietly mixed into the arena. Now that Zhuan had changed his appearance and entered the arena, there was a high possibility that he was the last light spot. Moreover, Yushan knew that out of the 4 light spots on the 18th level, 3 of them had appeared in the arena openly, but the last light spot had entered the arena quietly. It was obvious that the last light spot was unique, and it could have done something that the other 3 could not. Go to hell. Chapter 2035. Han Luan's first move was a killing move, which shocked many cultivators below the arena. Oomph. What a cunning brat. You actually changed your appearance to blend in with the crowd. But since I recognized you, you're dead meat. Lei Qi muttered with a cold gaze in the crowd. Lei Qi was surprised by Zhua Wen's rapid progress. Before entering the trial ground, he remembered that Zhua Wen's cultivation level was only a 1 disaster true god. Today, 50 years later, his cultivation level actually broke through and reached the virtual sky world in one fell swoop. Of course, Zhuan had just condensed the virtual sky bridge, so Lei Qi didn't really care about him. Han Luan was a genius of their dark illusion sect with a cultivation level of 1-step virtual sky realm. In Lei Qi's opinion, it was more than enough to deal with Zhuan. Although the arena's rules stated that no killing moves could be used if one was fatally injured in battle and didn't die immediately, it was actually in line with the rules. Lei Qi planned to let Han Luan beat Zhuan into a half-dead state. Whoosh! Han Luan was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Zhuan. His black spear was like a cunning viper, thrusting towards Zhuan's glabella. Zhuan's gaze was extremely cold. He held the sword in his right hand and suddenly raised it, instantly flicking the black spear away. Zhuan's right foot moved to the side, and the glorious purple galaxy sword rushed towards Han Luan's heart. Han Luan's expression changed slightly, but he was extremely experienced in battle. He twisted his waist and swung his spear, but he didn't block the glorious purple galaxy sword's sword momentum. The spear directly swept towards Zhuan's glabella. He hoped that this move could make Zhuan retreat, unless Zhuan didn't want to live anymore. What? He's not retreating? When Han Luan saw Zhua when advancing instead of retreating, he was shocked. The glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword landed on Han Luan's waist. Pucci! Han Luan was cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted into the sky, and the black spear also fell between Zhuan's glabella. Unfortunately, the black spear completely stopped when it was an inch away from Zhuan's glabella. Zhuan's powerful divine sense was like a giant hand, completely grasping the black spear. Bang! Zhuan unceremoniously kicked Han Luan and sent him flying. At the same time, he pulled the black spear, thrusting it towards Han Luan's heart, directly nailing Han Luan, who only had his upper body left, half to the ground. At this moment, the area below the arena became incomparably quiet. No one had expected that the originally intense battle situation would turn around and end in just a few moves. And the loser was Han Luan's. Lei Qi's Wei Lei Chun's Sky Ilu. Obviously, Han Luan no longer held back and directly summoned the illusionary sky bridge. Although he was cut in half at the waist by Zhuan, he quickly stopped the bleeding. The fatal point of a void sky cultivator was no longer the physical body, but the illusionary sky bridge. If the illusionary sky bridge was not destroyed, the cultivator would at most be seriously injured but not completely die. Since you still want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the huge illusionary sky bridge that was crushing down. He waved his sleeve and summoned his illusionary sky bridge. A huge illusionary sky bridge that was glowing with a purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhuowen's illusionary sky bridge was more than 6 times larger than Han Luan's illusionary sky bridge, and its aura was also much stronger. As soon as his illusionary sky bridge appeared, Han Luan's illusionary sky bridge retreated, not daring to face it at all. How is this possible? Han Luan's pupils shrank into needles, and he involuntarily growled. Unfortunately, before he could react, the purple illusionary sky bridge smashed heavily on his illusionary sky bridge. Crack! A crisp explosion sounded. Han Luan's illusionary sky bridge could not withstand a single blow and was instantly shattered. Pucci! Han Luan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was ashen. If the illusionary sky bridge was destroyed, he would be crippled. Although he would not die immediately, he knew that as time passed, his strength would gradually disappear, and eventually his life would be lost. He could imagine that the rest of his life would be worse than death until he died. Thinking of this, Han Luan laughed bitterly. He pulled out his black spear and stabbed it directly between his eyebrows. He had chosen to commit suicide. Although the illusionary sky cultivator would die when the illusionary sky bridge was destroyed, he would not die immediately. As long as the soul of the illusionary sky cultivator was fine, he would still be alive. However, the disappearance of the illusionary sky bridge would cause the soul of the illusionary sky cultivator to gradually degenerate, and he would slowly die from exhaustion. Han Luan was completely crippled. He did not want to live in this world like a useless person, so he chose an extreme method. It's him. Below the arena, Lin Zhe and Liang Dan's eyes lit up, and they were ecstatic. They did not know Zhuowen, who had changed his appearance, but they knew Zhuowen's illusionary sky bridge very well. When Zhuowen advanced to the void sky realm on the 18th step, they had seen the terrifying purple light illusionary sky bridge with their own eyes. They were certain that in the entire Great Brahma domain, only the young man who had reached the end of the stairway to heaven possessed it. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe and Liang Dan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Chen Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei, the sect master of the Qinquan sect. Are you serious? Chen Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei's eyes lit up as they looked at Zhuowen's figure with burning passion. Of course, they were not interested in Zhuowen, but the heavenly domain starry sky essence in Zhuowen's body. Even they had never obtained that thing, so it was obvious how precious it was. Senior brother Tong Chi-mei, who always had a cold expression on her face, trembled when she saw the purple light illusionary sky bridge in the arena. The corners of her mouth trembled, and she revealed an excited expression. Tang Chong, who had been paying attention to Tong Chi-mei, had a strange look in his eyes when he saw Tong Chi-mei's expression, after which Tang Chong followed Tong Chi-mei's gaze and landed on Zhuowen, who was on stage. His pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly. Tang Chong was a peerless genius in the Qi cultivation sword sect, and he was a genius in swordsmanship. Although his cultivation was not as high as Tong Chi-mei's, he had also reached the peak of the 3rd step of the Void Sky Realm. His strength was unfathomable, and he was second only to Tong Chi-mei, Lin Zhe, and Liang Dan. Moreover, everyone in the star field knew that Tang Chong was pursuing Tong Chi-mei. However, Tong Chi-mei had never been kind to a stranger. Even if Tang Chong pursued her crazily, Tong Chi-mei was indifferent. In Tang Chang's impression, Tong Chi-mei was always calm and elegant. She would never be affected by external things, especially the opposite sex. However, when the cultivator in the arena revealed the strange illusory sky bridge, Tang Chong could clearly feel the joy and excitement in Tong Chi-mei's eyes. This made Tang Chong very uncomfortable, and his gaze toward Zhuowen in the arena became unfriendly. Elder Waning Moon, who was standing next to Tong Chimei, asked in surprise, "Chimei, what's wrong?" Tong Chimei took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Master, he is the senior brother Zhua I told you about. Although he changed his appearance, his illusory sky bridge can't be wrong. I watched him advance to the void sky realm. His illusory sky bridge is unique and completely different from other cultivators." Elder Waning Moon nodded. Zhuowen's illusory sky bridge was indeed very strange. It was impossible for it not to attract her attention. Not only these people, but all the cultivators below the arena were shocked by Zhuowen's illusory sky bridge. After all, Zhuowen's illusory sky bridge was a little too big, and its power was much more terrifying than an ordinary illusory sky bridge. Great Brahma, who was sitting on a cushion in the air, opened his eyes and stared at Zhuowen's illusory sky bridge. His eyes flickered as he muttered, "This is the power of the Tao intent of the Hua, Xia heavenly region. This little guy is indeed not a cultivator from the great Brahma heavenly region." On the arena, Zhuowen put away the illusory sky bridge and said to the red-nosed old man, who was also in shock, "Envoy Bai, this person committed suicide. I didn't kill him, so it should have nothing to do with me, right?" The red-nosed old man nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a figure had already rushed onto the arena. Then, a terrifying hand formed from liquid lightning blasted toward Zhuowen without holding back. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he continuously retreated. However, the speed of the lightning liquid hand was much faster than his. In an instant, it had arrived in front of him and grabbed his entire body. However, Zhuowen's reaction was quite fast. The moment the liquid lightning hand grabbed him, he took out 48 original devil gold swords and surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense that blocked the attack of the liquid lightning hand. Just as the liquid lightning hand was about to make another move, a cold snort sounded. Then, the red-nosed old man made his move, and the liquid lightning hand was directly defeated. The 48 original devil gold swords were scattered. Zhuowen's face was slightly pale as he looked at Lei Qi, who was covered in lightning. His eyes were full of coldness. This Lei Qi was really out of control. He actually shamelessly attacked him time and time again. Did he really think that he, Zhuowen, was easy to bully? "Lei Qi, how dare you? Who allowed you to attack without permission? Moreover, you attacked a junior who was participating in the competition." The old man with rosacea landed in front of Zhuowen, and his gaze was gloomy as he looked at Lei Qi, who was standing in front of him. Lei Qi's eyes narrowed as he pointed at the already dead Han Luan and said, "Envoy Bai, didn't you say that you can't kill on the arena? Han Luan was an elite disciple of my Serene Mirage sect. Today he was killed by this kid using insidious means. This kid ignored the rules of the competition and deserved to be killed." Zhuowen looked coldly at Lei Qi. He had seen Lei Qi's ability to distort the truth. There were clearly so many cultivators present, but Lei Qi could still talk nonsense like this. It was clearly Han Luan who committed suicide. "How can you say that I used insidious means to kill him?" Zhuowen retorted sarcastically. Chapter 2036. Lei Gaochong, old bastard, I thought you were shameless enough, but now I realize that you're shameless as well. You made me look at you in a new light. Hearing Lei Qi call him a little bastard, Zhuowen was a little angry in his heart. He immediately retorted sarcastically, not giving in at all. Lei Qi frowned and said angrily, "What a little bastard. Not only did he try to kill me, but he also spoke without thinking. He deserves to die. White Envoy, did you see that? Are you still going to protect this boy?" White Envoy was about to speak when the golden armored man beside Great Brahma landed. He first glanced at Lei Qi, then turned to the old man with the rosacea and said, "By Zhan Chao, this boy is indeed in the wrong. You should hand him over." Zhuowen looked at the golden armored man, and his heart sank. He didn't expect that the golden armored man beside Great Brahma would side with Lei Qi. "Lei Gaochong, there are some things I don't want to reveal. If you want to help Lei Qi resolve her personal grudge, you can wait until after the interstellar tournament. You don't have the qualifications to intervene, the old man with the rosacea said coldly. The golden-armored man frowned slightly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his expression changed slightly. He looked up at Great Brahma and was silent for a moment before he said to Lei Qi, "It seems that this is a misunderstanding. You may leave." Lei Qi's expression changed slightly, and there was a trace of anxiety in her eyes. Unfortunately, the golden-armored man didn't care and said coldly, "Do you want me to kick you out if you don't leave?" Lei Qi glared hatefully at Zhuo before turning around to leave the arena. "Since it's a misunderstanding and I'm the victim, are we just going to end it like this?" Zhuo suddenly said. Lei Qi turned around with a gloomy face and looked coldly at Zhuo. Although Zhuo didn't know why the golden-armored man was on Lei Qi's side, he knew that the golden-armored man's surname was Lei, and he looked similar to Lei Qi. He knew that Lei Qi and the golden-armored man had a special relationship. Furthermore, the old man with rosacea had said that his personal grudge would be resolved after the galactic tournament. This made his heart turn cold. The red-nosed old man was clearly hinting to the golden-armored man that he couldn't do anything during the interstellar tournament, but he could do whatever he wanted once the tournament was over. Zhuo naturally wasn't stupid enough to think that Great Brahma and the rose-nosed elder would protect him after the interstellar tournament. He knew that it was absolutely impossible. In the end, it's still because I'm too weak. Among this group of experts, I don't have the right to speak at all. In fact, I don't even have a choice. Zhuo thought helplessly in his heart. He was very clear that if he was strong enough, would Lei Qi still dare to be so impudent? The old man with rosacea wouldn't force him to participate in the Galactic Grand Tournament. Although his words carried little weight, since Great Brahma and the old man with rosacea still needed him, Zhuo had to make good use of this opportunity. "Then what do you want?" The golden-armored man stared coldly at Zhuo and asked. Zhuo said indifferently, "This Lei Qi is distorting the truth and falsely accusing the innocent. No matter what, he should at least give some compensation, right?" The golden-armored man's eyes were cold as he said, "What compensation do you want? Give me Lei Qi's spirit ring as compensation. If you're not willing, take out a level 8 divine herb. Of course, it would be best if there were level 9 divine herbs." Zhuo said indifferently, "Who do you think you are? You want my spirit ring as soon as you open your mouth? Also, do you think level 8 divine herbs are cabbages? You're just a cultivator who has just condensed the illusory sky bridge. How dare you ask for so much?" Lei Qi's gaze was unfriendly. Zhuo looked at the old man with rosacea and said, "Envoy Bai, this Lei Qi misunderstood me at the beginning and even wanted to kill me. Now, I plan to forgive him. I just want him to apologize. I believe you saw his vile attitude, right?" The old man with rosacea glanced indifferently at Zhuo, then looked at the golden-armored man and said, "How about this? Let Lei Qi take out a level 8 divine herb or something of equivalent value. This matter will be over." The golden-armored man nodded and casually took out a level 8 divine herb from his spirit ring. He handed it to Zhuo and said, "This is a level 8 divine herb. Take it. Now that we're even, let the competition continue." With that, the golden-armored man left the arena. However, before he left, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Lei Qi to be more obedient. "Father, are we just going to give the level 8 divine herb to this little bastard?" Lei Qi walked down the arena and sent a voice transmission unwillingly. The golden-armored man replied, "What else do you want? Right now, Lord Brahma values this kid very much. Do you want to get on Lord Brahma's bad side?" Also, Bai Zhanqiao already said that after the interstellar tournament, we can settle our personal grudges. Obviously, Bai Zhanqiao and Lord Brahma won't care about this little bastard at that time. There's no hurry to deal with this little bastard. Anyway, we'll have plenty of time. Lei Qi's brows relaxed, and he quickly replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Father. I understand." Casually storing the level 8 divine herb into his spirit ring, Zhuo sneered in his heart. He knew very well what the golden-armored man and Lei Qi were planning. Senior Brother Zhua, you have to be careful of Lei Gaochong. Lei Gaochong is a guardian of the Great Brahma Palace and has a very high status. Lei Qi is Lei Gaochong's illegitimate son. If you offend Lei Qi, I'm afraid the father and son won't let you go. A cold voice resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen didn't even need to look to know that it was Tong Qimei from the Half Moon Hall. Since Lei Qi could recognize him, Tong Qimei would definitely be able to recognize him as well. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that Tong Qimei sent a message. The battle continued. However, after Zhuowen killed Han Lin, the number of challengers decreased by a lot. Zhuowen felt a little helpless. However, after completing 200 victories, there were almost no cultivators who took the initiative to challenge him. Zhuowen had no choice but to leave the stage. The arena battle continued for 3 days and 3 nights. The number of eliminated contestants increased. In the end, there were only about 10,000 cultivators left. The old man with rosacea also called for a stop at the right time. Then, many puzzled gazes fell on the old man with rosacea. Previously, the old man with rosacea said that the second round of the arena battle would filter out the top 1,000. Now that there were still 10,000 left, why did he call for a stop so early? Next, let's change the rules of the arena battle. The remaining 10,000 cultivators will all enter the arena. After that, there will be a big battle royale. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner will get all the points of the loser. After the old man with rosacea finished speaking, the huge jade platform under his feet began to expand continuously. In the end, it grew endlessly and reached a height of 10,000 feet, enough to accommodate 10,000 people. Let's begin now. The remaining 10,000 contestants enter the arena. After the old man with rosacea finished speaking, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, figures flew up the arena like locusts. The moment these contestants landed on the arena, they spread out and looked around vigilantly, on guard against any sneak attacks from other cultivators. As for the disciples of the 10 great sects, the moment they entered the arena, they huddled together and formed a small team. The moment Zhuowen landed on the arena, he was immediately attacked by several attacks. Zhuowen frowned slightly. With a stomp of his right foot, he dodged several attacks. Then, he saw Yu Tanjing leading the cultivators of the Dark Illusion sect, not far away, rushing toward him aggressively. He didn't need to think to know that the Dark Illusion sect was targeting him like this because of Lei Qi. Brother Zhua, a clear voice rang out. Yun Qiyu rushed to Zhuowen's side, and with her was a group of Heavenly Devil Island disciples led by Mo Fan and Yushan. Qiyu. Zhuowen smiled. Brother Zhua, you made us so worried. You blended into the crowd without saying a word. We were so worried. Mo Fan patted Zhuowen's shoulder and smiled. Yushan said indifferently, It's good that you're fine. Thank you for the matter of Devil Fall Valley. Looking at Mo Fan and Yushan, Zhuowen felt warmth in his heart. These two really did treat him as a friend. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered by his side immediately after entering the arena. With the protection of the Heavenly Devil Island team, the Dark Illusion sect team also stopped. The leader, Yu Tanjing, said with a dark gaze, Brother Mo, Miss Yushan, what's the meaning of this? I've never heard that this person is from your Heavenly Devil Island. Yu Tanjing scram. Zhuowen is my friend. If you want to touch him, you can exchange blows with me first, Yushan said without any trace of politeness. Yu Tanjing's expression froze. He glared hatefully at Zhuowen before retreating with his team. The battle royale had only just begun, and he didn't want to fight against the Heavenly Devil Island so early. Of course, this was also the unanimous opinion of the 10 great sections. The difference in strength between the 10 great sects wasn't that great. If they fought together from the start, it would be easy for other forces to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, they all came to a tacit agreement to first eliminate the loose cultivators or disciples of other forces before fighting the final battle. Of course, the battle royale this time was for the top 1,000. Even if the 10 great sects didn't fight directly, they should still be able to enter the top 1,000 and enter the third round. Chapter 2037. Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Chime. Shall we form a team? What do you think? Tang Chong led the Qi Cultivation Sword Sect disciples to Tong Chimei's side and smiled warmly. Tong Chimei looked at Tang Chong indifferently and shook her head. Senior brother Tang, I've formed a team with Heavenly Demon Island. With that, Tong Chimei led the Half Moon Hall cultivators towards Heavenly Demon Island's team. The majority of the Half Moon Palace's disciples were beautiful female cultivators. Although they were all beautiful women, all the cultivators in the arena were extremely wary of them. Half Moon Hall was publicly acknowledged as the strongest sect among the 10 major sects. It was easy to imagine how powerful the disciples they nurtured were. Moreover, they were led by Tong Chimei, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in the star field. Who would dare to provoke such a team? Mo Fan and Yu Shan had vigilant looks in their eyes. They did not have any relationship with Tong Chimei. When they saw Tong Chimei coming over, their hearts started to pound. They were worried that Tong Chimei would attack their group. Looks like Heavenly Demon Island is out of luck. Yu Tanjing laughed coldly in his heart. He was not the only one. The other cultivators in the arena had similar thoughts. Tong Chimei did not care about Mo Fan and Yu Shan at all. Instead, she came in front of Zhuowen. After a moment of silence, she said coldly, Senior brother Zhuowen, how'd you get out? At that moment, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. Although Tong Chimei was famous for her beauty and was extremely talented, everyone knew that Tong Chimei rarely came into contact with men. She even hated them. Although Tong Chimei had many suitors, most of them were afraid of Tong Chimei and did not dare to get close to her. Moreover, in all these years, they had never heard of Tong Chimei taking the initiative to approach a man. But now, Tong Chimei had taken the initiative to approach an unknown man in front of everyone. She even took the initiative to talk to this unknown man. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Tang Chong, who was originally slightly embarrassed, now looked extremely gloomy. He also did not expect Tong Chimei to approach an unknown man. Moreover, it was a cultivator with a low cultivation level that he did not take seriously. Zhuowen ignored the jealous gazes around him and said with a smile, I'm not too sure either. When I was sent out, I quietly entered the crowd and changed my appearance. Tong Chimei glanced deeply at Zhuowen, and then she said with a smile, looking at Senior Brother Zhua, you should be a disciple of Heavenly Devil Island, right? Why have I never heard of such a peerless genius like you appearing in Heavenly Devil Island? Senior Sister Tong might have misunderstood. Senior Brother Zhua isn't a disciple of our Heavenly Devil Island. He's just a friend of Senior Brother Mo Fan and I, Yushan hurriedly explained. Although Yushan had an unruly nature, she was still extremely wary of a monstrous genius like Tong Chimei. Hence, she spoke rather politely. So that's how it is. Since you are Senior Brother Zhua's friend, you are also my, Tong Chimei's friend. I wonder if your Heavenly Devil Island will cooperate with my Half Moon Palace? Tong Chimei smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Tong. Yushan's eyes curved in a crescent as she cupped her fists. Haha, I feel like old friends with Brother Zhua at first sight. I wonder if our Qinquan sect can team up with Heavenly Devil Island? Unknowingly, Lianze had brought the Qinquan sect's team to Zhuowen. He cupped his fists at Zhuowen with a smile. Lianze, you are really unkind. I wish I had met Brother Zhua earlier. Count me in too. Our Chongsu Peak will also team up with Heavenly Devil Island. Let's see who dares to touch our team. Liang Dan, who was not far away, also brought the Chongsu Peak team to a spot near Lianze with a smile. He cupped his fists at Zhuowen politely. At that moment, all the cultivators were shocked. Tong Chimei's initiative to visit Zhuowen was already shocking enough. Now, Lianze from Qinquan sect and Liang Dan from Chongsu Peak had actually come a visit as well. In that case, who exactly was this Zhuowen? He was actually able to gather the top 3 geniuses of the top 10 geniuses. Some of the cultivators who originally looked down on Zhuowen changed their minds at that moment. Their gazes towards Zhuowen were filled with fear. Yu Tanjing's gaze was extremely gloomy. He glanced at Zhuowen with a hint of fear in his heart. Although he did not know why Tong Qimei, Lin Zhe, and Liang Dan, 3 geniuses who were much stronger than him, would take the initiative to get close to Zhuowen, he also knew that the team that Zhuowen was in now was not to be trifled with. If it was not necessary, it was best not to provoke them. Tang Chong, on the other hand, was bewildered. He did not expect that Zhuowen, whom he did not think highly of, would actually attract the attention of Tong Qimei, Liang Dan, and Lin Zhe at the same time. He knew that this cultivator named Zhuo, one must have some kind of secret on him, or there must be something extraordinary about him. There's no need to delay any longer. Let's begin. The red-nosed old man coughed dryly when he saw that the attention of the cultivators on the arena was all attracted by Zhuowen's side. He hurriedly reminded them. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators on the stage all reacted and began to fight. Of course, most of the cultivators formed temporary alliances with people they were familiar with. They had to get through this crisis first. As for the majority of the rogue cultivators, they were in a miserable state. They did not know many people, and their strength was low. They were basically the first batch of sacrifices to be eliminated on the stage. In an instant, the entire arena was in chaos. Screams could be heard one after another, accompanied by figures that were sent flying. As for the team that Zhuowen was in, they were standing in the center of the arena unscathed. The surrounding contestants simply turned a blind eye to them. One had to know that the team that Zhuowen was in was a team that gathered the disciples of the Heaven and Earth sect, the Half Moon Palace, the Void Peak, and the Heavenly Devil Island. It was a true colossus and could be considered the strongest team in the arena. In this arena, there was really no one who would be blind enough to provoke such a team. Brother Zhuo, how have you been on the stairway to heaven since we last met? Lin Zhe cupped his hands and said to Zhuowen in a rather friendly manner. As for Liang Dan, he was naturally not to be outdone. He also asked about Zhuowen's well-being with great eagerness. Mo Fan and Yu Shan looked at each other. From Liang Dan and Lin Zhe's attitude, how could they not see that Zhuowen had met them before in the trial ground? Liang Dan, Lin Zhe, and Tong Qimei were all on the 18th floor. In other words, the 4th light spot on the 18th floor must be Zhuowen in front of them. Thinking of this, the two of them felt dejected. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not high now, they knew that his potential was far beyond their imagination. As long as Zhuowen was given time, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Zhuowen cupped his hands and was rather polite. However, he was sneering in his heart. How could he not know that Liang Dan and Lin Zhe were so friendly to him because of the heavenly starry sky essence in his possession? Sure enough, after some pleasantries, Lin Zhe and Liang Dan respectively sent a message to Zhuowen. They both wanted to buy the heavenly starry sky essence from Zhuowen, regardless of the price. Zhuowen was in a dilemma. He sent a message to the two of them and said, "In fact, there is not much heavenly starry sky essence on the stairway to heaven. After Miss Tong took a part of the heavenly starry sky essence, I don't have much left." Lin Zhe and Liang Dan looked at each other with excitement. They could forget about getting Tong Qimei's part, but they still had a chance to get the heavenly starry sky essence from Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, we only need 1 drop of heavenly starry sky essence. Liang Dan and Lin Zhe quickly said, "Oh, I can reluctantly take out 2 drops, but..." Zhuowen deliberately dragged out the word. "But what?" Liang Dan and Lin Zhe's eyes lit up when they saw that there was hope. They hurriedly sent a message to each other. The two of you have seen it just now. Lei Qi of the Serene Mirage sect, as well as Yu Tanjing, are all targeting me. As for me, I am actually a straightforward person. If there is something unfair in my heart, I will be very conflicted and unhappy, so," Zhuowen said meaningfully. Seeing the fox-like smile on Zhuowen's face, Liang Dan and Lin Zhe cursed in their hearts. How could they not know what Zhuowen was thinking? He definitely wanted to use them to deal with the disciples of the dim fantasy sect. However, for the sake of the heavenly starry sky essence, the two of them had to put on a smiling face and patted their chests to guarantee Zhuowen. Haha, if you two are willing, I can give you 2 drops of heavenly starry sky essence. After all, I am just a rogue cultivator who has no one to rely on. Taking such a thing will simply make others jealous. I might as well do you a favor at little cost. It's just that I'm a little angry. Before Zhuowen could finish his words, Liang Dan and Lin Zai's breathing became hurried. They hurriedly said, Brother Zhuo, don't worry. Your matter is our matter. Since you can't calm down, then fine. We'll help you vent your anger. We'll help you vent it. With that, Liang Dan and Lin Zai immediately led their respective teams and went straight to Yu Tanjing and the other disciples of the dim fantasy sect who were still fighting not far away. At first, the two of them were still wary of the power of the dim fantasy sect, but after hearing that Zhuowen intended to give them the heavenly starry sky essence, the two of them directly went berserk, no longer caring about the dim fantasy sect. Yu Tanjing and the other disciples also noticed Lin Zai and Liang Dan's teams rushing over. Frowning, Yu Tanjing asked in fear, Is there something you want? Brothers, beat them up for me. Beat these bastards of the dim fantasy sect to the ground and eliminate them all. Liang Dan was extremely straightforward, shouting to the team behind him. Immediately, figures rushed out, heading straight for Yu Tanjing. We can't fall behind those people from the Void Flush Peak, lest others say that our heaven and earth sect can't compare to the Void Flush Peak. Everyone, let's go together and beat them up. Do it however you like, Lin Zai called out in an extremely ungentlemanly manner. Chapter 2038. Dark Child Shadow's Dark Child Shadow's expression was extremely ugly. He did not know why Lin Zai and Liang Dan had suddenly attacked his Dark Mirage sect. Just as Yu Tanjing was about to question them, Liang Dan and Lin Zai were like 2 ghosts, each wielding a divine artifact as they charged at Yu Tanjing. Dark Child Shadow's expression changed slightly as he roared and took out 3 black axes. Under the control of his spiritual sense, they spun rapidly, turning into 3 mini tornadoes that smashed over. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 muffled sounds, Dark Child Shadow's 3 black axes were sent flying while Dark Child Shadow retreated with an ugly expression, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Whether it was Lin Zai or Liang Dan, both of them were slightly stronger than him, and Dark Child Shadow's defeat was certain. Sect Master Chun, Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of this? You're working together against my Dark Mirage sect disciple? Below the stage, Dark Mirage sect Master Yu Yewei's expression was uncertain, as he could not help but look at Fu Pengfei and Qin Yongzhang, who were watching from afar. The two of them had already tacitly approved of Lin Zai and Liang Dan's actions after learning that Zhuowen was willing to give away 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Star Essence from Lin Zai and Liang Dan. Sect Master Yu, what I want to ask is, what is the meaning of this? How can the two of us interfere with what happened on the stage? This is a spontaneous action between disciples in the first place. Does my disciple have to listen to you and not attack your Dark Mirage sect disciple? Qin Yongzhang sneered. Sect Master Chun is right. Does Sect Master Yu think that the rules of the stage should be rewritten because of you? Or do you think that you are greater than Lord Brahma and want to interfere with the second round of the competition set by Lord Brahma? Fu Pengfei added. Yu Yewei's expression changed slightly, especially when he heard Qin Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei's mocking words. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The Dark Mirage sect had no enmity with the Heaven and Earth sect, but Yu Yewei's gaze very quickly fell on the calm Zhuowen on the stage. He remembered that after Lin Zai and Liang Dan came into contact with Zhuowen, they had unreasonably attacked the disciples of the Serene Mirage sect. Sect leader, it must be Zhuowen's doing. If I'm not wrong, this Zhuowen probably has the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. Maybe this little bastard has some special deal with Qin Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei. Lei Qi silently transmitted. Yu Yewei was shocked, and then he revealed an expression of deep thought as he replied in a low voice. If that kid really possesses such an item, then we absolutely can't let him off. That item is extremely precious, and a mere independent cultivator doesn't have the qualifications to possess it. The heavenly domain starry sky essence was on the heaven stairway. Most cultivators didn't know about it, but the 10 major sects knew about it. It was placed at the end of the heaven stairway by Lord Brahma himself as a reward for climbing the heaven stairway. Don't worry, sect leader. After this interplanetary tournament, Emissary Bai and Lord Brahma won't interfere with us. At that time, this kid won't be able to escape from our hands. Late Chi sneered. Yu Yewei nodded, looking at the stage with a worried expression. He was now a little worried that if this continued, Yu Tanjing and the others would probably be eliminated. Bang! 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 The disciples of the Dark Mirage sect couldn't compare to the Heaven and Earth sect and Void sect in terms of both quality and quantity. At this moment, screams could be heard from time to time, indicating that the disciples of the Dark Mirage sect were being ruthlessly beaten up. Subsequently, the disciples of the Dark Mirage sect were blasted out of the stage one by one. In an instant, all the disciples of the Dark Mirage sect were annihilated. Other than Yu Tanjing, the rest of the disciples were all eliminated. At this moment, Yu Tanjing even used the illusory Heavenly Bridge, using all his trump cards. The 3 black axes were like whirlwinds that swept out continuously, barely blocking Lian Zhe and Liang Dan's attacks. However, Lian Zhe and Liang Dan didn't use their full strength. They didn't even use the illusory Heavenly Bridge. It was as if the two of them were deliberately toying with Yu Tanjing. They kept tossing Yu Tanjing around in the air, causing Yu Tanjing to spit out a mouthful of blood. He almost fainted from anger. Yu Tanjing was the strongest genius of the Dark Mirage sect, one of the 10 major sects. Now that he was being toyed with in front of everyone, his self-esteem suffered a severe blow. The 2 of you die for me. Yu Tanjing's eyes were scarlet red. The 3 black axes flew out and exploded one after another. Yu Tanjing had actually detonated his life, void divine artifacts. It was clear that Yu Tanjing was really going all out. Lian Zhe and Liang Dan's expressions changed slightly. They both retreated more than 10 steps. Facing the terrifying black storm caused by the explosion of the 3 black axes, they both revealed a serious expression. The 2 of them exchanged a glance and used their respective illusory heavenly bridges. Terrifying auras constantly intertwined in the air above the arena. Bang! 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 Only some of the more powerful cultivators were able to barely withstand the terrifying shockwaves and stand firmly on the stage. Lian Zhe and Liang Dan's faces were gloomy. They had no choice but to retreat. The power of the explosion of the void divine artifacts was beyond their expectations. On the other hand, Yu Tanjing's face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body trembled. He had used all his strength to detonate the 3 small axes. At this moment, he felt powerless and was at his weakest. Swoosh! A ray of purple light flew out silently and instantly pierced into Yu Tanjing's forehead. Bang! A bloody hole appeared between Yu Tanjing's eyebrows. His pupils constricted as he stared at the man holding the purple sword in front of him. His eyes were filled with hatred. Go in peace, Zhuowen said indifferently. His right hand that was holding the sword spun, and a violent sword chi gushed out. Suddenly, Yu Tanjing's head exploded into a mist of blood. After destroying Yu Tanjing's divine soul, Zhuowen took out 12 beginning demonic golden sword from his spirit ring. They turned into a terrifying vortex of killing intent and slammed into the illusory heavenly bridge released by Yu Tanjing. Crack! The illusory heavenly bridge instantly shattered into countless pieces. His divine soul and illusory heavenly bridge were destroyed. Yu Tanjing's divine soul was completely destroyed. Zhuowen's attack was too fast and the timing was too accurate. Only after Yu Tanjing was completely killed did the surrounding people react. Even Lian Zhe and Liang Dan didn't expect that Zhuan would actually do such a thing. One had to know that the rules of the arena stated that killing was not allowed. Zhuan was taking the lead in breaking the rules. The red-nosed old man frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Ah, Inger! Yu Yue let out a sorrowful cry and rushed toward the arena like a hurricane. Yu Tanjing was not only a peerless genius of the Dark Illusion sect, but also the only son of Yu Yue. Yu Yue doted on his only son and treated him like a treasure. But now that his precious son had died in front of him, Yu Yue went crazy and rushed toward Zhuan with all his might. He wanted to kill Zhuan and avenge Yu Tanjing. Unfortunately, Yu Yue did not get far before he was stopped by Chen Yongshin and Fu Pengfei. Get lost! Yu Yue roared and threw out a palm strike. Chen Yongshin and Fu Pengfei were not afraid and also threw out a palm strike. Bang! 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 A vast energy, like an exploding star, spread throughout the square. Zhuan could even see the surrounding starry sky, shattering inch by inch. The nearby meteorites and planets were constantly disintegrating. This power, like the might of heaven, made Zhuan involuntarily feel a trace of awe. This is the power of the star domain giants. It's so powerful. Zhuan exclaimed in his heart. Yu Yue grunted and retreated dozens of steps. He stared coldly at Fu Pengfei and Chen Yongshin and said, Sect Masters, do you think I don't know what you're planning? I'm afraid you're helping this little bastard because of the heavenly domain starry pith on him, right? Yu Yue's words caused an uproar in the entire square. Everyone was shocked. Soon after, an uproar swept over the square. Numerous burning gazes landed on Zhuan. The heavenly domain starry pith was a supreme divine medicine. As long as one was still alive, taking the heavenly domain starry pith would immediately restore one's state to its peak. It could be said that it was a treasure that all cultivators dreamed of. This boy is probably the fourth light spot that entered the 18th floor. No wonder he could quietly sneak into the square. It's probably related to the heavenly domain starry pith he obtained. It's a waste for a mere rogue cultivator to have such a treasure. Facing the greedy gazes under the arena, Zhuan's face darkened. He did not expect Yu Yue to shed all pretense of cordiality and even guessed that Zhuan had the heavenly domain starry pith. He had really underestimated this old man. Now that the fact that he had the heavenly domain starry pith had been completely exposed, he was afraid that after the interstellar tournament ended, he would not have a good ending. Chen Yongsheng and Fu Pengfei also had gloomy expressions. The two of them had not expected Yu Yue to be so desperate and expose Zhuan. It was truly detestable. Brother Zhua, you're in trouble. In order to avoid trouble, you'd better hand over all the heavenly domain starry pith on you to the two of us. It's good for you. Liang Dan and Lian Zhe hurriedly came to Zhuan's side and persuaded him earnestly, as if they were really looking out for Zhuan's good. Zhuan sneered in his heart. Liang Dan and Lian Zhe were really shameless. At this time, they took advantage of the situation and actually wanted all the heavenly domain starry pith on him. Originally, Zhuan had planned to take 2 drops of heavenly domain starry pith for the sake of the two of them helping him. After all, he had a lot of heavenly domain starry pith on him. Chapter 2039. The third round, you two are wrong. Now is not the time to give out the heavenly starry sky essence. Otherwise, all the cultivators in the square will denounce the sects behind you, Zhuan said with a frown. Liang Dan laughed and said, Brother Zhua, you worry too much. As long as you secretly give the heavenly starry sky essence to us now, who will know? That's right. Brother Zhua, don't worry. If you give all the heavenly domain starry pith to us, we will guarantee your safety in the name of the Heaven and Earth sect and the void-piercing peak. Lian Zhe interjected. Zhuan sneered in his heart. These two had a good idea. If he gave all the heavenly starry sky essence to them, they would go back on their words and tell the outside world that the heavenly starry sky essence was still with him. At that time, Zhuowen would not be able to clear his name. Let's talk about it after the interstellar tournament. If you two can really guarantee my safety, I will naturally give the heavenly starry sky essence to you, Zhuowen said lightly. Liang Dan and Lian Zhe exchanged glances with each other. A densely cold glint was emitted from their eyes. However, they quickly concealed it and laughed. Brother Zhua is right. At this moment, the conflict between Yu Yewei, Chen Yongsheng, and Fu Pengfei outside the arena was escalating. A terrifying aura spread throughout the square. In the end, Lord Brahma, who was sitting on the golden futon, finally opened his mouth. My patience is limited. What I have said before, did you ignore it? As he spoke, 3 terrifying golden lights burst out and landed heavily on Yu Yewei and the other 2. Puff! Yu Yewei and the other 2 all spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on the square in an extremely sorry state. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. At this moment, the whole square was as silent as cicadas in winter. Everyone knew that Lord Brahma was furious, so they did not dare to provoke him. Yu Yewei and the other 2 quickly got up and apologized to Lord Brahma, saying that they would not dare to be rash next time. Next, the challenge tournament continued. As the cultivators were eliminated one by one, the top 1,000 were soon selected. The top 10 with the highest scores were naturally the geniuses of the top 10 sections. Of course, Zhuowen, a rogue cultivator, was an exception. He also entered the top 10. Even so, Zhuowen wasn't happy or excited at all. The heavenly starry sky essence in his possession was completely exposed. Once the interstellar tournament was over, he would most likely become a target, and he would not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Zhuowen couldn't help but look at the huge tower of Hanner not far away. Zhuowen was very clear that his current cultivation level was too low. After the interstellar tournament, it was impossible for him to leave the star field by himself. Moreover, even if he wanted to join the other major forces now, it was probably impossible because no force would dare to accept him. After all, he was a hot potato now, and anyone who took him would have a hot potato. Now, Zhuowen's only hope was to enter the Tower of Hanno. The heaven-devouring demon emperor had said that the heaven-crushing essence of the great Brahma domain was hidden in the Tower of Hanno. If he could obtain the heaven-crushing essence, he might be able to use it to escape the star field completely. Of course, all of this was just Zhuowen's speculation. Whether he could enter the Tower of Hanno was still unknown. Even if he could enter the Tower of Hanno, the heaven-crushing essence might not be able to help him. More importantly, the heaven-crushing essence was something that Lord Brahma was determined to obtain. If he could really obtain the heaven-crushing essence, it might be a disaster instead of a blessing. Now, what lay in front of Zhuo was simply an unknown path full of thorns and thorns. Zhuo knew that the only thing he could do now was to take it one step at a time. The 1,000 people who advanced in the second round stepped forward. The old man with rosacea floated in the air. His gaze suddenly became much more serious. He looked around at the 1,000 people in the arena and continued. Next up is the final round. As for what this round of competition is, I think everyone has already guessed. It's the Tower of Hanno. As soon as he said this, the 1,000 cultivators in the arena all revealed a burning look. Even Tong Chimei felt a sense of yearning. The Tower of Hanno was a well-known rumor in the great Brahma domain. It was said that the Tower of Hanno had the miraculous effect of allowing cultivators to be reborn. Anyone who could enter the Tower of Hanno would definitely have a smooth future once they left. At the very least, they would be sect masters. If they were lucky enough, they might even reach the supreme realm of the 9 steps of the void sky. The 9 steps of the void sky was the ultimate realm of the virtual sky world. Even sect masters couldn't reach this height. It was said that only those old farts who had not appeared in the world for a long time were extremely close to this realm. The Lord of the Sky region, Lord Brahma, was in this realm. The 9 steps of the void sky was called understanding life and death. It was said that after crossing this threshold, one would understand the ultimate realm of life and death and reach the eternal supreme realm that everyone pursued. In the hearts of many mortals, immortals were eternal and indestructible, but in reality, this was not the case. No matter if it was a planet or a galaxy, there was a time limit. They were not eternal, so heavenly gods and true gods also had limited lifespans. Even for a virtual sky cultivator, the virtual sky bridge in his body was not endless and could exist forever. Once the time was up, the virtual sky bridge would also dry up, be destroyed, and finally fall. However, the 9 steps of the void sky was different. This kind of cultivator had completely understood life and death and comprehended a new realm. In a sense, they were already eternal and indestructible. Of course, Zhuowen didn't know whether they were truly eternal and indestructible, but at least in the minds of many cultivators, the 9 steps of the void sky was already eternal and indestructible. Although it was said that there was a heaven-breaking realm above the virtual sky, that realm was really too illusory. This was because since ancient times, countless prodigies had appeared, but no one had ever reached the heaven-breaking realm. Even the strongest of the 8 heavens, Sakyamuni, had not reached the heaven-breaking realm, which showed how rare it was to reach the heaven-breaking realm. However, the Tower of Hanoi could allow a cultivator to be reborn to such an extent, which showed how miraculous the Tower of Hanoi was. If anyone can obtain first place in the 3rd round, even if you can't enter the Tower of Hanoi, I will still allow you to stay in the Tower of Hanoi for 3 days. Of course, if you can rely on your own ability to enter the Tower of Hanoi, you can stay in there for as long as you can persevere. At this moment, great Brahma finally spoke, and as soon as his words came out, the expressions of the entire square changed. The eyes of the 1,000 cultivators on the stage all lit up, and they were extremely excited. Although the reward was only 1 spot, it was a spot to enter the Tower of Hanoi. It could be said that a mere spot was worth countless heavenly starry sky essence in the hearts of many cultivators. At this moment, countless cultivators had already forgotten about the heavenly starry sky essence in Zhuowen's body, and their gazes were fixed on the Tower of Hanoi in the distance. Especially the leaders of the forces whose disciples had entered the top 1,000. Their hearts were jumping with joy, and they were hoping for a fluke. I'll host the 3rd round. As great Brahma spoke, he waved his sleeve, and golden lights scattered out, then circled around the Tower of Hanoi, forming uneven golden platforms. There were a total of 1,000 of them, densely packed around the Tower of Hanoi, and it was an especially spectacular sight. Return to your positions. Great Brahma said indifferently and waved his sleeve again. The 1,000 cultivators on the stage floated lightly, and they actually landed on the golden platforms involuntarily. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He wanted to circulate his power to resist, but he found that he couldn't use his power at all, as if his entire body had been sealed. This discovery shocked Zhuowen so much that his heart thumped wildly. At the same time, he was shocked by great Brahma's terrifying power. With just a wave of his hand, he couldn't resist at all. After the 1,000 cultivators all landed on their respective golden platforms, great Brahma's voice sounded again. The essence of the Tower of Hanoi is 3 pillars. One of the pillars has 64 gilded discs stacked in order of size from bottom to top. The top is the smallest, and the bottom is the largest, thus forming a huge golden tower. The rules of the 3rd round are actually very simple. I don't need you to compete with your talent or strength. I need you to have a powerful calculation ability. As he spoke, great Brahma pointed to the other 2 empty pillars, as well as the Tower of Hanoi that was filled with gilded discs. The rules are actually very simple. The discs will be rearranged on another pillar in order of size from the bottom. Furthermore, it is stipulated that the discs cannot be enlarged on the small discs, and only 1 disc can be moved between the 3 pillars at a time. As long as you can arrange this Tower of Hanoi completely on another pillar, then this puzzle will be solved. And the ranking this time will be judged by the degree of completion of your respective arrangements. If you can arrange the Tower of Hanoi completely on another pillar, Then you can directly enter the Tower of Hanoi. If no one can successfully arrange it, then the result will be determined by me. At that time, I will choose the cultivator with the closest arrangement to enter the Tower of Hanoi. As soon as Great Brahma's words came out, many cultivators in the square revealed strange expressions. In their opinion, it should be very simple to arrange all the gilded discs from the Tower of Hanoi on another pillar and arrange a brand new Tower of Hanoi. This third round was too child's play. Even many of the contestants standing on the golden platforms revealed looks of disapproval. Zhuowen, on the other hand, frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. He knew that if he arranged them casually, he could quickly arrange a brand new Tower of Hanoi on another pillar. However, Great Brahma had added a rule, and that was that the discs could not be enlarged on the small discs. In other words, the small discs had to be placed on the big discs. Once they were placed below the big discs, then it would be against the rules. Moreover, only one disc could be moved between the three pillars at a time. It could not be moved more than once, or it would also be against the rules. Chapter 2040. Deducing the Tower of Hanoi. Wasn't the only one who thought of this. Tong Chi-mei, Lien Zhe, and the other peerless geniuses of the 10 great sects also thought of this. Their expressions were in stark contrast to the others. Everyone only has one chance, but before you try the real Tower of Hanoi, I will give each of you 3 chances to simulate it. If anyone has a card up their sleeves, they can come out and try to move the Tower of Hanoi. As Great Brahma spoke, he waved his sleeve again, and 3 golden needles several feet tall appeared on each of the golden platforms floating around the Tower of Hanoi. On one of the golden needles, there were 68 discs stacked on top of each other, while the other 2 golden needles were empty. Also, I will give you a hint. The number of times the Tower of Hanoi moves is unimaginable. If someone can correctly deduce the exact number of times it moves, they don't need to move the model or even try the Tower of Hanoi. I will immediately let that person enter the Tower of Hanoi. Great Brahma's words immediately caused an uproar. Many cultivators also felt that something was wrong. In the eyes of most cultivators, it shouldn't take too many times to move the 64 discs on the Tower of Hanoi to another pillar. However, Great Brahma's words caused many cultivators to ponder deeply. Soon, most of the cultivators remembered the 2 rules that Great Brahma had restricted. Their gazes finally became serious. They carefully thought about it and realized that the rules of movement of the discs on the Tower of Hanoi were completely restricted. In that case, there were no shortcuts to speak of. If that was the case, the number of times it moved was really an astronomical number. It was simply impossible for them to calculate it in a short period of time. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. In fact, the method of moving the Tower of Hanoi was extremely compatible with the recursive algorithm on Earth. The simplest method of this algorithm was counting, and the more complicated ones could use the corresponding recursive formula to calculate how many times it would take to completely move the Tower of Hanoi to another pillar. Although Zhuowen hadn't started the specific calculation, he knew that as long as he was given enough time, he should be able to completely deduce the formula for the number of times the Tower of Hanoi could move. And Great Brahma's words made Zhuowen take note of it. Recalling the heaven-devouring demon emperor's evaluation of Great Brahma, Zhuowen knew that although Great Brahma had a kind of heaven-breaking origin, Great Brahma had not been able to comprehend it. Zhuowen guessed that even Great Brahma had not been able to calculate the specific number of times the Tower of Hanoi would move. As for the Tower of Hanoi, only Lord Brahma had been able to enter since ancient times. It was most likely not because of the Tower of Hanoi's restrictions, but because of Lord Brahma's control. Great Brahma had made an exception and allowed him to enter the Tower of Hanoi. And Great Brahma made an exception. And Great Brahma made an exception. Ancestors, so he made an exception. And after coming out, Purple Myrtle Star Sovereign began to rise rapidly. His speed was so fast that the entire Great Brahma domain was shocked. If it weren't for the 20th storm, the purple star sovereign would have become a famous expert. Even the top 10 sects would be afraid of him. Let's begin. I'll give you 3 years. When the time is up, you can give me the answer you've deduced. You can also take the initiative to move the Tower of Hanoi within these 3 years. Of course, if you fail, you'll be eliminated immediately. After Great Brahma finished speaking, he sat on the golden cushion and closed his eyes. However, the 1,000 contestants standing on the golden platform did not take the initiative to try to move the real Tower of Hanoi. The Tower of Hanoi had already been unsealed by Great Brahma. With the strength of many of the contestants present, they could naturally take down the huge golden disc from the Tower of Hanoi and stack it on another pillar. Most of the contestants' attention fell on the simulated Tower of Hanoi on the golden platform. Some of them frowned in contemplation, some of them looked around, and some of them began to fiddle with the simulated Tower of Hanoi in their hands, hoping to find the correct way to arrange it. Yin Qiu's golden platform was not far from Zhuowen. She first glanced at Zhuowen, then began to ponder the simulated Tower of Hanoi on the golden platform. In the square, many of the cultivators' gazes were fixed on the Tower of Hanoi. They were all thinking about the correct way to move the Tower of Hanoi. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a pair of resentful eyes stared blankly at Zhua who'd fallen into deep thought, and they emitted a wave of light sighs. It was a beautiful woman. She was not very old, but her beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness and vicissitudes of life. She was the woman Zhuowen had met at the entrance of the trial grounds, Hong Shan. Hong Shan's cultivation had also advanced to true god 3 disasters, but her strength was too weak, and she was eliminated in the second round. Although Zhuowen had noticed Hong Shan at the beginning, he did not take the initiative to greet her. From a moment Hong Shan's grandfather, Wu Han, chased after Zhuowen and Hong Shan's relationship was completely broken. Whether Hong Shan did it intentionally or not, it was impossible for Zhuowen and her to be friends again. Hong Shan was very clear about this. However, as she watched Zhuowen rise step by step, from a weak rookie who could only rely on her on the Brahma Fiend star to a dazzling new star that many forces in the star field paid attention to, her heart was filled with regret. If her grandfather, Wu Han, had not chased after Zhuowen, and if Zhuowen had still been friends with her, perhaps those unfortunate events would never have happened. However, it was all too late now. Wu Han was dead. The Jianghong Trading Company had been destroyed, and she, Hong Shan, was now all alone. She even had to rely on others to avoid being hunted down by Luo Pengfei of the Brahma Fiend Star Dazzling Light Trading Company. Zhuowen stood quietly in front of the golden platform. He began to use a recursive algorithm to deduce the formula for moving the Tower of Hanoi. He started with the fact that there was only one disc on the pillar. One disc only needed to be moved once. 2 discs needed to be moved 3 times. 3 discs needed to be moved 7 times. 5 discs needed to be moved 31 times. When Zhuowen reached 10 discs, he frowned slightly. Because if there were 10 discs on the pillar, it would need to be moved according to the rules of Brahma, and 1023 discs needed to be moved. This was a rather terrifying number, and this was only 10 discs. The number of discs needed to be moved would only increase exponentially. After reaching 10 discs, Zhuowen did not continue to deduce the number of discs needed to be moved after the 11th disc, because he had already completely figured out the formula for the number of discs needed to be moved. The formula was very simple. It was the number 2 to the power of the number of discs minus 1. There were a total of 64 discs on the Tower of Hanoi. As long as the number 64 was substituted into the number of discs, the final number was extremely terrifying. It was a huge number that exceeded 1 trillion. Because the number was too terrifying, Zhuowen planned to use time to calculate. In other words, if he moved the discs once per second, it would be more than 86,000 times per day and 365 days per year. He made a rough calculation and found that even if he moved the discs once per second, it would take him more than 500 billion years to completely move the 64 discs of the Tower of Hanoi to another pillar. One had to know that the lifespan of a planet in the heaven domain was 100 million years, and the lifespan of a star system was 10 billion years. As for the heaven domain, Zhuan was not very clear. However, 500 billion years was far longer than the origin and end of many star systems.